Chapter 3663. Chapter 737. Silent Battlefield. Chapter 3663. Chapter 737. Silent Battlefield. Chapter 737. Silent Battlefield TL Notes. I previously mentioned that the ROS I received for Chapter 505 were missing a section. Well, I found the completed version and made the necessary changes. Original. The only problem was that these undeveloped lands were located far from any NPC strongholds, and reaching them required a lot of time, even with the help of legendary flying mounts. It might not be a problem if players only needed to travel to these places once, but the time players wasted on travel would quickly pile up if they had to make multiple trips. This was where guild cities came in. To establish a guild city in the Eternal Realm, players would need to have the city building order, and to obtain a city building order, players would need to explore and raid the 100 Eyes Canyon. Edited. The only problem was that these undeveloped lands were located far from any NPC strongholds, and reaching them required a lot of time, even with the help of legendary flying mounts. It might not be a problem if players only needed to travel to these places once, but the time players wasted on travel would quickly pile up if they had to make multiple trips. This was where guild strongholds came to play. However, establishing a guild stronghold in the Eternal Realm was a challenging task. Not only did the construction of a guild stronghold require an astronomical amount of eternal gold coins, but a city building order was also needed. To make matters worse, it was incredibly difficult to obtain a Lord certificate. Even the pseudo-apex powers in the current Eternal Realm would need to mobilize all their forces to acquire one. Meanwhile, the 100 Eyes Canyon was one of the few places where players could obtain city building orders. Also, Lord Certificate changed to City Building Order. Tier 6 Curse, Endless Requiem. This was the only large-scale destruction spell in Phoenix Rain's repertoire. Even with the powerful suppression that the World Ark's environment placed on mana, Endless Requiem could still cover a 1,000-yard radius in a deathly gale that eroded all life. Of course, Endless Requiem wasn't all-powerful. Setting Tier 5 players aside, any decently equipped Tier 6 player caught within the Tier 6 Curse's AoE should have no trouble surviving it under normal circumstances. However, it should be known that Phoenix Rain was currently level 212 and equipped with the Godchaser set. In terms of power, her Endless Requiem would be stronger than even that of level 200 Tier 6 gods. It was no longer a large-scale destruction spell that players under level 200 could withstand. Damn it! Stop her! One of the Holy Race Army's leaders shouted as he pointed at Phoenix Rain. Almost immediately, the 4 God-ranked Holy Race experts stationed in the campsite charged to Phoenix Rain. They understood what they needed to do, and they did not hesitate to take action for even a moment. On the other side, Phoenix Rain naturally noticed the 4 level 180-plus God-ranked experts charging at her. However, even when the 4 God-ranked experts arrived within 500 yards of her, she did not stop channeling her Endless Requiem. Instead, she simply raised her free hand at the 4 experts. Triple speed casting, Tier 6 spell, Thunder Dragon's Halberd. Suddenly, 3 crimson lightning bolts shot out from Phoenix Rain's hand and targeted 3 of the 4 approaching God-ranked experts. Each lightning bolt also split into countless branches as they closed in on its target, covering a much greater area and making evasion impossible. As a result, the 3 targeted God-ranked experts could only gather their holy aura to defend themselves. Boom! Following a loud explosion, the 3 level 181 Tier 6 God-ranked experts were sent flying back over 100 yards, and their HPs fell by nearly 50%. One of them even had his arm crippled because he had failed to deflect Phoenix Rain's attack completely. Who is she? The Holy Race players in the campsite felt their worldview challenged when they saw this development. Just by raising her hand, Phoenix Rain, a human mage god, had crippled 1 God-ranked expert and injured 2. While the Holy Race players in the campsite were in shock, the fourth God-ranked expert had arrived within 50 yards of Phoenix Rain. However, before he could attack Phoenix Rain, a gray-clad old man suddenly appeared before him and swung a knight's sword at his neck. This situation left him with no choice but to try to block and deflect the attack. Clang! When both sides clashed, a crisp sound echoed across the battlefield. Immediately afterward, the Holy Race Army's fourth God-ranked expert could be seen being sent flying like a cannonball. It was also obvious that the God-ranked expert had sustained serious injuries, as, even after crashing into the ground, he failed to get up right away. An existence beyond gods. It was another existence beyond gods. In a mere team of 10, there were actually 2 experts who were above gods. Before the Holy Race players in the campsite could wrap their minds around this mind-boggling situation, the remaining 8 members of Zero Wing's assault team also began their attack, bombarding the campsite with a series of arrows and spells. Although these 8 Zero Wing members were only Tier 5 players, they were all at level 210 and equipped with the epic God Chaser set. The power of their attacks could rival level 180, Tier 6 gods. With their opponents being only a bunch of level 180 players, it went without saying they could deal devastating damage. Subsequently, the attacks of 8 Tier 5 Zero Wing members could be seen obliterating any Tier 5 Holy Race player they came into contact with. As for the Tier 6 Holy Race experts struck by these attacks, although they didn't die on the spot, they still sustained heavy injuries, proving that they weren't strong enough to confront the attacks directly. The 8 Tier 5 Zero Wing members were effectively invincible as they clashed with the Holy Race Army, killing several dozen Tier 5 Holy Race experts with their every attack and heavily injuring Tier 6 Holy Race experts. As for the Tier 6 Shadow Knight Sinful Flame, he was akin to the Grim Reaper on the battlefield, eliminating every Holy Race expert in his path without fail. In only 3 seconds, Sinful Flame and the 8 Tier 5 Zero Wing members had already killed over 1,000 Holy Race players, reducing the campsite's population by nearly 10%. Am I hallucinating? Unrestrained Lionheart couldn't help but rub his eyes as he watched the slaughter before him. He seriously suspected he was hallucinating. It was already unbelievable that Zero Wing's 10-man assault team had 2 Teba-level existences. Yet, as if that wasn't enough, the remaining 8 members of the team were also existences slightly stronger than the average God-ranked experts one. Most importantly, these 8 individuals were only Tier 5 players. It should be known that Unrestrained Lionheart was an elder of the Red Dragon Nation. However, even after ascending to Tier 6, he was still much weaker compared to God-ranked experts of the same level. Unless he could gather a full set of legendary equipment for himself, he could never hope to fight God-ranked experts of the same level. Yet, Zero Wing's 8 Tier 5 members could not only fight God-ranked experts, but they were even winning with an overwhelming advantage. As Unrestrained Lionheart grappled with reality, the Holy Race Army suffered another 1,000 casualties. The Holy Race Army, once a symbol of fear for the various human powers, was now crumbling apart like a house of cards before the relentless onslaught of Zero Wing's assault team. With such frightening teams under his command, it's no wonder Black Flame can hold the Skylight Association's partnership offer in contempt. If 19th Sword learns of this, he'll probably regret ever making an enemy out of Zero Wing. When Unrestrained Lionheart saw how easily Phoenix Rain's team was massacring an army of 10,000 plus Holy Race players, he suddenly started to pity 19th Sword. It should be known that Zero Wing had dispatched 10 assault teams to ambush the Holy Race Army scattered across the Soul Lake. Even if the other teams were slightly weaker than Phoenix Rain's team, the difference shouldn't be significant. With such a force under Zero Wing's command, even if all of the pseudo-apex powers currently operating in the World Arc joined forces, they still couldn't afford to provoke Zero Wing. Yet the Skylight Association's 19th Sword had declared he would make it impossible for Zero Wing to survive in the World Arc. Everyone gather on me. I'm activating the Holy Aegis. As Zero Wing's assault team members continued their slaughter, the Holy Race Army's commander took out a holy totem from his bag and chanted an incantation. Subsequently, numerous protective screens made of holy power formed around the campsite, isolating the Holy Race Army from Zero Wing's members. At the same time, a barrier covering a 1,000-yard radius formed around Zero Wing's members, trapping them inside. Someone contact the rest of the army. Inform them that Zero Wing's main force is attacking us and that we have trapped them here. Have them send reinforcements immediately. The army commander commanded. Now, they only had to wait for reinforcements from the rest of the army to eliminate Phoenix Rain and the others. Admittedly, Phoenix Rain and her teammates were very strong. On a battlefield involving only 10,000 players, they could exhibit heaven-defying strength. However, their strength would become insignificant when faced with the 3 Holy Race Guilds' army of 200,000 plus experts. The 3 guilds had gathered over 100 God-ranked experts this time, so annihilating 8 God-ranked experts would be child's play. They also had large-scale combination holy arts that, when executed by 100 Tier 6 God-ranked experts, could obliterate even taboo-level existences. Have these guilds lost their minds? Why would they use a defensive treasure like Holy Aegis here? Unrestrained Lionheart revealed an ugly look when he saw the protective screens that had formed around the Holy Race Army's campsite. Holy Aegis was a famous single-use tool among the Holy Race as it could withstand many attacks from even taboo-level existences. However, due to its rarity, each Holy Aegis was worth as much as a legendary weapon, and even the Holy Race's royal powers did not have many, let alone the subordinates of royal powers. If Phoenix Rain's team couldn't break out in time, their fates would be sealed once the rest of the Holy Race Army arrived. While unrestrained Lionheart was having a panic attack, the members of the 3 Holy Race guilds calling for reinforcements inside the Holy Aegis suddenly revealed dumbfounded expressions. Requesting reinforcements. Our coordinates are 154, 445. We have discovered Zero Wing's taboo-level main force members. Screw you. We have also discovered Zero Wing's taboo-level main force members. There are 3 of them here. We have already trapped them using Holy Aegis, so hurry up and send reinforcements. TL notes. 1. Slightly stronger than God-ranked experts. This line is written in unrestrained Lionheart's perspective, so the God-ranked experts here are referring to level 180, Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Phoenix Rain and the others are equipped with the advanced Black Cloak, so unrestrained Lionheart is unaware of their actual levels. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3664. Chapter 738. New Legend. Chapter 3664. Chapter 738. New Legend. Chapter 738. New Legend World Arc. Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. Following the arrival of Zero Wing's reinforcements, the atmosphere in the Resurrection Camp became incomparably tense and gloomy. It was especially so for the Red Dragon Nations and Azure Fong's members. Although they kept setting up magic arrays and war weapons around the camp's perimeter, they wore grim expressions as they did so. After all, their opponents this time were the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard and an army of 200,000 plus Holy Race experts, formed by the Sun Dynasty's 3 subordinate guilds. Not even the 7 Luminaries Alliance's resurrection camps could defend against such a force. So, even though the Red Dragon Nation, Azure Fong, and Zero Wing worked together, their chances of successfully defending the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp were slim. What do you think Zero Wing is trying to do, Milia? I thought they were sending their flying ship to aid in the defense, but it left again shortly after arriving. The Red Dragon Nation and Azure Fong also sent out a bunch of scouts to investigate the Holy Race Army. Could they be planning an ambush? Titan asked out of curiosity as he observed the situation inside the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp with the help of a magic mirror. I've also heard other guilds saying that Black Flame has gone toward the 3 Holy Race guild's campsite with a small team. Does he really think he can turn this guild war around all by himself? How should I know? Milia answered, shaking her head. Then a solemn look suddenly appeared on her face as she continued. But based on our scouts' reports, the forces the 3 Holy Race guilds have scattered across the Soul Lake seem to be in disarray right now. Did Black Flame really initiate an attack on them? Titan asked, revealing a look of interest. If that's the case, we should go over and take a look. The 7 Luminaries Alliance has placed Black Flame on the latest edition of the Divine Glory list. He's even ranked among the top 300 despite having only reached Tier 6 recently. This is the same treatment Spear Paradise received when he debuted after killing a level 200-plus ancient god. By now, Black Flame had already become a hot topic for many players in the Greater Gods domain, and the cause behind it was the latest edition of the Divine Glory list. The Divine Glory list was a ranking list that recorded the Greater Gods domain's apex powerhouses. Although it wasn't perfect, it was still very reliable, and held vastly greater influence in the Greater Gods domain than the Luminous and Sacred Glory lists. As for why everyone was discussing Black Flame specifically, it was because he had debuted on the Divine Glory list. Not only that, but he had also debuted with a ranking in the top 300, even though Black Flame had only advanced to Tier 6 recently. This was a treatment the 7 Luminaries Alliance had rarely offered in the past century. It should be known that anyone capable of entering the Divine Glory list would be in existence, capable of trading blows with a level 200, Tier 6 god at the very least. In addition, the 7 Luminaries Alliance would rarely assign debutantes a high ranking on the Divine Glory list. For example, although there were some debutantes who had proven themselves capable of trading blows with ancient gods, most of them had only debuted with a ranking in the top 500. As for why the 7 Luminaries Alliance would do so, it was to ensure the accuracy of the Divine Glory list. After all, a single battle wasn't enough to give a full picture of a player's strength. It was entirely possible that the player just so happened to have performed outstandingly in that particular battle. It could also be that they had taken advantage of unique circumstances, such as the enemy being weakened prior to the battle. Only by evaluating players across multiple battles could the 7 Luminaries Alliance make an accurate evaluation. Of course, this didn't mean that the 7 Luminaries Alliance was arbitrary in its decision to give Black Flame his current rank. The Alliance had clearly indicated on the Divine Glory list that Black Flame had received his ranking because of his achievement of killing Chalk Splendor, a holy child of the Sun Dynasty. The Alliance had also indicated that Chalk Splendor was wielding the Sunlight Blade, a divine weapon at the time. With the achievement of slaying a taboo-level existence under his belt, nobody would question Black Flame's qualifications to be on the Divine Glory list. After all, taboo-level existences were few and far between in the Greater Gods domain. Moreover, most, if not all, belonged to the various apex powers and pseudo-apex powers. However, it would be a little far-fetched to say that Black Flame deserved to be ranked within the top 300 in his first evaluation. That was akin to saying that Black Flame was on the same standard as Spear Paradise, the great commander of the Scarecrow Fox adventurer team. It should be known that Spear Paradise debuted on the Divine Glory list after slaying a level 200-plus ancient god. Even if Chalk Splendor was wielding the Sunlight Blade when Black Flame fought him, it would be an exaggeration to say that he could compare with a level 200-plus ancient god. Not to mention, Black Flame had Verdant Rainbow helping him from the side. Without Verdant Rainbow's assistance, Black Flame would never have been able to kill Chalk Splendor. For these reasons, many people felt that the 7 Luminaries Alliance was giving preferential treatment to Black Flame. Either that or the Alliance deemed that Black Flame's potential was equal to the Spear Paradise of the past, which in turn meant that Black Flame was qualified to stand on equal footing with lofty existences, such as 19th Sword, who was one of the current 10 great sword gods. Hence, Titan couldn't help but be curious about Black Flame's talent and potential. That's merely the Alliance showing Black Flame its appreciation for his contributions, 19th Sword said contemptuously as he opened his eyes. You're not young anymore, Titan. How can you not understand something so simple? Do you really think Black Flame is worthy of being compared with Spear Paradise? In 19th Sword's opinion, Black Flame could indeed be regarded as a genius for mastering a gold combat technique at such a young age. It was also why he praised the young man originally. However, to say that Black Flame was comparable with Spear Paradise in potential would be a gross overestimation. Others might not be fully aware of the circumstances surrounding Spear Paradise, but 19th Sword was. Spear Paradise, the divine spear, might have been a late bloomer, but as he kept growing, his strength became increasingly astonishing. He had grown so strong that he had single-handedly turned Scarecrow Fox into an adventure team that even the various pseudo-Apex powers needed to respect. On what grounds did Black Flame deserve to be equated to someone like Spear Paradise? I doubt it is Black Flame fighting against the 3 Holy Race guilds, Milia said, shaking her head. According to the information I received, a mysterious power is attacking multiple of the 3 guilds' campsites simultaneously, causing them severe losses. Moreover, this mysterious power has already mobilized more than 10 taboo-level existences thus far. Do you think Zero Wing has that many taboo-level existences? I guess you're right. Titan nodded. Currently, Black Flame was the only known taboo-level existence in Zero Wing. As for Gentle Snow, the Snow Goddess, although she was strong, she was far from reaching the standard of taboos. No matter how Titan thought about it, there was no way Zero Wing could mobilize 10 taboo-level existences. Can you have your people look into that power, Milia? 19th Sword asked. It'll be even better if you can get in touch with that power. There should only be a few powers capable of mobilizing so many taboo-level existences in the greater God's domain, and none were existences the Skylight Association could afford to provoke at present. So, it would naturally be good if the Skylight Association could get acquainted with this mysterious power. This, just as 19th Sword asked his question, Milia received an update from one of her subordinates. Then, she suddenly grew hesitant as she turned to 19th Sword and said, That power seems to be Zero Wing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3665. Chapter 739. Holy Guard arrives. Chapter 3665. Chapter 739. Holy Guard arrives. Chapter 739. Holy Guard arrives. Zero Wing. Titan revealed a surprised look when he heard Milia's words. You're not joking, are you, Milia? Even for the various Apex powers, it would be difficult for them to come up with a force of 10 taboo-level existences in the current Eternal Realm. So, how is it possible that a newly established guild like Zero Wing could do so? If Zero Wing truly had such a powerful foundation, the Skylight Association's threat to Zero Wing would become a complete joke. Are you certain, Milia? 19th Sword asked, similarly having difficulty believing Milia's words. There should be no mistaking it, Milia said as she solemnly looked at the report she just received. The scouts I dispatched have already sent over several battle videos involving the Holy Race Army's campsites. You'll know once you take a look. After saying so, Milia played 2 videos she received on the magic mirror for 19th Sword and Titan to watch, each lasting no more than 20 seconds. The first video showed a battle in a forest, and a large section of the forest could be seen encircled by screens made from holy power of unprecedented density. Shortly after the video began, a cloaked woman wearing a 6-winged emblem could be seen waving the staff in her hand and calling down a gale of death upon the forest. The gale dyed the forest environment in a shade of gray and repeatedly struck the energy screens, wearing them away. In only a few seconds, the energy screens, which looked like they could withstand a long and continuous bombardment from even a taboo-level existence, shattered. Subsequently, it took only a moment for the gale of death to annihilate the thousands of Holy Race players behind the energy screens. The second video showed a battle taking place beside a lake. The Holy Race army in the video comprised over 10,000 players, of which more than 30 Tier 6 experts. As soon as the video began, a cloaked female assassin could be seen reaping the lives of the Tier 6 Holy Race experts, one after another. None of the Tier 6 Holy Race experts could last more than a move against the female assassin. Even God-ranked experts were not an exception. Similar to the Elementalist in the first video, the female assassin could be vaguely seen wearing Zero Wing's six-winged emblem. When the second video concluded, silence enveloped the tent. Neither 19th Sword nor Titan could find any words. "What should we do now, Elder Sword?" Milia asked, breaking the silence. "If Zero Wing decides to take action against us in the World Arc, I'm afraid we will be powerless to resist." If Zero Wing only had one or two taboo-level existences, the Skylight Association could still hold its ground, albeit just barely. However, fighting a force of more than 10 taboo-level existences was no longer within the realm of the current Skylight Association's capabilities. At this time, Titan also turned to 19th Sword for his decision. 19th Sword was the person in charge of the Skylight Association's operations in the world Arkansas. He was also the person who knew the Skylight Association best. If even 19th Sword didn't have a way out of this predicament, the Skylight Association would most likely have to withdraw from the world Arkansas. It seems I have underestimated Black Flame. I didn't think he would have hidden so many experts who can rival taboo-level existences. Contrasting the reaction Milia and Titan had expected, 19th Sword suddenly chuckled. Then he said, "Our plan remains unchanged. You two should just stick to it like before." "But Zero Wing has over 10 taboo-level existences, Elder Sword." Titan emphasized, "These taboo-level existences alone should be enough to defend the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp from the Sun Dynasty." Taboo-level existences were akin to weapons of mass destruction when used against the powers operating in the current Eternal Realm. Even one taboo-level existence could achieve astounding effects on a battlefield, let alone a force of over 10 taboo-level existences. Even the Sun Dynasty shouldn't be capable of defeating such a force. Although these two people have tried their best to hide it, their actual combat standards aren't particularly noteworthy, 19th Sword said nonchalantly as he glanced at Titan. "I don't know what method Zero Wing has used to grant them the power of taboos, but I can say for certain that they don't have any divine artifacts equipped. They merely have incredibly high basic attributes. Zero Wing would be dreaming if it thinks it can defeat the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard with such players." "Is the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard that powerful, Elder Sword?" Milia asked out of curiosity. She couldn't understand why 19th Sword would be so certain Zero Wing wouldn't be a match for the Holy Guard. "I hadn't told this to you two before, but I trust this information should reach the various powers soon." Putting on a solemn expression, 19th Sword said, 2 days ago, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce had sent 4 divine artifact wielders to the World Arc's core area on a mission. However, all 4 of them ended up getting killed by the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard. 4 of Eternal's divine artifact wielders were killed. "Impossible!" Milia exclaimed. "Did the Holy Guard mobilize in full force?" The Eternal Chamber of Commerce was an apex power of the human race. Although it had always operated mysteriously, no power would dare to underestimate it, especially not its divine artifact wielders. In terms of combat standards, these divine artifact wielders were definitely comparable to the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Verdant Rainbow. So, Milia found it truly hard to imagine what kind of force was necessary to kill 4 of such individuals. Full force. 19th Sword cackled. If the Holy Guard really did attack with all its members, Do you think Eternal will bother to suppress the news? A 1,000-man team. The Holy Guard mobilized only a 1,000-man team. Furthermore, that 1,000-man team only sent 4 of its 100-man teams to deal with Eternal's 4 divine artifact wielders. For 100-man teams? How is this possible? Titan couldn't help but be taken aback. Had the Holy Guard mobilized all its members to kill 4 taboo-level existences? Although he would still be surprised, he wouldn't find it unbelievable. However, killing 4 divine artifact wielders with only 400 players sounded like a fantasy, no matter how he thought about it. Just as 19th Sword was about to say something in response, the magic mirror inside the tent suddenly fluctuated violently, numerous ripples spreading across the mirror's surface. Powerful energy fluctuations are approaching the resurrection camp. Has the Sun Dynasty arrived? Apart from the Skylight Association's magic mirror, the other powers observing the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp from a distance also saw intense reactions coming from their magic mirrors. Subsequently, a moment after these magic mirrors started to fluctuate, the image of a gigantic 18-headed serpent that measured several thousand meters tall appeared on them. Thousands of Holy Race players could also be seen standing atop the serpent's 18 heads, their standardized equipment and organized formations giving them the appearance of a well-trained army. Apart from looking like disciplined soldiers, all these Holy Race players were at level 182, Tier 6 or above. Among them, the team leaders were fully equipped with legendary equipment, and the auras they radiated could match that of Tier 6 gods of the same level. Furthermore, standing at the forefront of each of the serpent's 18 heads were individuals with auras as strong as the 18-headed serpent itself. Aside from wearing guild emblems shaped like the sun, the 18 individuals also wore white capes imprinted with a similarly shaped holy pattern. Meanwhile, when the various human powers experts saw these Holy Race players, a name automatically appeared in their minds: the Holy Guard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3666. Chapter 740. God-Ranked Battle. Chapter 3666. Chapter 740. God-Ranked Battle. Chapter 740. God-Ranked Battle. They're finally here. So, this is the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard. Inside the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp, Fry and Garrett were greatly shocked as they looked at the 18-headed serpent hovering outside the camp. As Vice Guild leaders of Pseudo-Apex powers, Fry and Garrett were no strangers to battles of epic proportions. They had even personally witnessed realm wars, battles that involved billions of experts fighting in the Void Sea, before. However, compared to the scene before them, even realm wars would pale. A Void Leviathan. Standing in the control room of a 1,000-meter-long flying ship, Verdant Rainbow instinctively uttered a name as she looked on in astonishment at the 18-headed serpent displayed in the magic mirror. Is this the strength of the Sun Dynasty? The 7 Luminaries Alliance elder, standing beside Verdant Rainbow, was similarly surprised. A Void Leviathan. A level 193 Void Leviathan. For most players in the Greater Gods domain, this was likely a name they had never heard of. However, for the various Apex Powers executives and experts who had ventured to the fringes of the Void Sea, this name would be very familiar. Although it was generally thought that the Void Sea was endless and without borders, that was only because the various powers had yet to find an end after exploring it for many years. However, one particular area of the Void Sea could be considered the Void Sea's border. Or, more accurately, it was a place players could not approach. As for why players couldn't approach this so-called border, it was due to the dangers that existed there. Even taboo-level experts equipped with divine weapons would fall if they dared to tread into that place. However, for those who did tread into this borderland, the first gatekeepers they would encounter were the Void Leviathans. Void Leviathans were a type of ferocious beast, and their life rating was so high that they could match sacred dragons. At the same level, even ancient gods would dread facing a Void Leviathan. Void Leviathans were extremely violent, and they existed for the sake of devouring all life. Furthermore, Void Leviathans typically moved in groups of dozens or more than 100. It was virtually impossible to find any on their own and tame them. At the very least, no human power had ever managed to tame a Void Leviathan, let alone bring one into the Eternal Realm. So, it was truly astonishing to see the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard using a Void Leviathan as a flying mount. It also showed how fearsome of a foundation the Sun Dynasty possessed. While the spectating human powers were looking at the Void Leviathan in shock, the Red Dragon Nation and Azure Fong members in the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp revealed ashen faces. Even Tier 6 players like Fry and Garrett were no exception. Unlike the numerous powers observing the battlefield through magic mirrors, Fry and Garrett's attention wasn't directed towards the Void Leviathan. Instead, their gazes were fixed on the 18 individuals standing at the forefront of each of the Void Leviathan's heads. "Fry, do you think we still have time to run away?" Garrett asked with a wry smile. The Void Leviathan itself was already a fearsome opponent to face. Yet, as if that wasn't enough, each of the 18 leader-like individuals standing atop the Void Leviathan's heads also radiated an aura no weaker than that of the Void Leviathan. It was especially so for the three-eyed beauty standing on the Void Leviathan's centermost head. If the 17 other individuals were described as harbingers of death, the three-eyed beauty was death itself. It seems we have severely underestimated the Holy Guard, whether it is us or the Seven Luminaries Alliance. As Fry looked at the three-eyed beauty, she understood that their defeat was assured. Setting aside the three-eyed beauty, simply the Holy Guard's Void Leviathan and 17 Teba-level experts were more than enough to flatten the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. Although Fry had already learned from unrestrained Lionheart that Zero Wing possessed more than 10 Teba-level experts, she still didn't think they could win against the Holy Guard. It should be known that the Void Leviathan wasn't your average, ferocious beast. Each of its 18 heads was akin to an independent monster. It was just that these 18 monsters shared the same body. In other words, facing a Tier 6 Void Leviathan was akin to facing 18 Tier 6 dragons simultaneously. With such a force, one could easily destroy an entire kingdom, let alone a resurrection camp. Not to mention, the Holy Guard had over 10,000 Tier 6 experts. The team leaders of the Holy Guard were also only slightly weaker than Tier 6 gods of the same level. With such strength, not even pseudo-apex powers could afford to provoke the Holy Guard. While everyone in the resurrection camp was in despair, a streak of silver light suddenly appeared on the horizon and shot in the camp's direction. The speed of the approaching object was so fast that, by the time the many Tier 5 experts realized what was going on, a flying ship had already appeared above the resurrection camp. Thank goodness they made it back in time. When Fry saw the flying ship hovering above the camp, she couldn't help but feel a little relieved. The flying ship was none other than Zero Wing's Silverwing. Moreover, standing aboard the Silverwing were the assault teams that had gone to ambush the Sun Dynasty's 3 subordinate guilds. Although the timely return of these assault teams still wouldn't be enough to equalize the strength of the Resurrection Camp's defenders with the Holy Guard, they still added some hope to the camp. "Are we really going to fight them to the death here, guild leader?" Gentle Snow asked, her voice wavering as she looked at the gigantic Void Leviathan. Before returning, Gentle Snow believed that Zero Wing should have no trouble defending the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp from the Sun Dynasty. However, after seeing the Holy Guard for herself, she couldn't help but be frightened. Compared to the Holy Guard, the forces the Sun Dynasty had previously sent to attack the 7 Luminaries Alliance's resurrection camps were nothing but a joke. Details aside, it should be known that Zero Wing currently only had 16 Teba-level existences and 84 God-ranked experts. In comparison, the Holy Guard possessed over 10,000 Tier 6 experts, of which nearly 1,000 were God-ranked experts and 18 were Tebu-level existences. At first glance, even if Zero Wing could potentially emerge victorious, its chances of victory would be incredibly slim. In this situation, the wiser move for Zero Wing to make would be to withdraw from the world Arkansas. After all, with Zero Wing's current strength, even without the world arc, it could easily thrive somewhere else in the Eternal Realm. It was unnecessary to butt heads with the Sun Dynasty. "I'm afraid it's too late to withdraw now," Sherfong said. When he looked at the Holy Guard riding on the Void Leviathan, he couldn't help but sigh in amazement. As expected of a royal power, I didn't think it would be possible for anyone to have such strength so soon. Originally, Sherfong thought that it shouldn't be possible for any power to mobilize many God-ranked experts during the Eternal Realm's early exploration stage. Even if the Sun Dynasty was a royal power from the Holy Race, he felt that the most the Sun Dynasty would have at this point in time was 100 God-ranked experts. Hence, he felt that with the strength of his home god's domain's experts, Zero Wing could easily take over the Eternal Realm. However, he never thought that the Sun Dynasty would already have such a frightening foundation in the early stages of the Eternal Realm. While Sherfong was observing the Holy Guard, the three-eyed beauty standing on the Void Leviathan shifted her gaze onto him. At the same time, her three eyes turned dark purple, and faint arcs of lightning could be seen flashing in them. Wherever her eyes gazed upon, space and time froze, and even Tier 6 experts found themselves immobilized. "Are you Black Flame?" "The one who took the sunlight blade," Daystar asked like a superior questioning her subordinate as she gazed down at Sherfong. Her voice rang across the sky, and it felt like the world itself was questioning Sherfong. "That is me," Sherfong answered as he met Daystar's gaze. Daystar, the commander of the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard. She was known in Sherfang's previous life as the Arbiter of Death. Had she not abruptly returned to the Holy Race's greater god's domain during the war between the two races, many believe the outcome would have been far less favorable to the human race. "Good. You may die now." Daystar nodded. Then she raised her hand, gesturing for the Holy Guard to attack in full force. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3667, Chapter 741, Level 212, Tier 6 Personal Guard. Chapter 3667, Chapter 741, Level 212, Tier 6 Personal Guard, Chapter 741, Level 212, Tier 6 Personal Guard as Daystar's indifferent voice echoed across the battlefield. The 17 vice commanders of the Holy Guard kicked off the Void Leviathan's heads and shot straight toward the Silverwing. As for the rest of the Holy Guard, they grouped up in their respective teams and advanced on the Resurrection, camped down below, not even bothering with the formalities. "Ha!" Seeing the advancing Holy Guard, Sherfong commanded, "Let's take action as well then." Immediately, Phoenix Rain and the other Tier 6 experts from Sherfang's home god's domain moved to meet the Holy Guard's vice commanders in battle. Relying on the attribute advantage provided by the God Chaser set, Phoenix Rain, Jiluorong, Shadowflower, and the others easily kept the Holy Guard's vice commanders at bay. At the same time, over 100 metallic combat puppets emerged from the Resurrection camp. These combat puppets measured over 30 meters tall, and each radiated an aura that could instill fear into even Tier 6 players. Meanwhile, as soon as these combat puppets appeared, they unleashed space-shattering destructive beams at the numerous attacks launched by the Holy Guard's members. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the area around the Soul Lake Resurrection camp became brightly lit. Even players operating in the surrounding maps could see a dazzling glow rising from the Soul Lake. Meanwhile, following the initial exchange, all of the magic and holy barriers erected on the battlefield shattered, leaving both sides defenseless. This forced the two sides to engage each other in a direct confrontation. Logically, with the Holy Guard having over 10,000 Tier 6 experts on its side, the Legion shouldn't need much effort to deal with the Resurrection Camp's defenders, even if Zero Wing, Azure Fang, and the Red Dragon Nation had a combined army of over 100,000. However, the addition of Zero Wing's God Slayer combat puppets created a huge problem for the Holy Guard. Each of the God Slayer combat puppets' attacks was akin to a Tier 6 large-scale destruction curse. Against attacks of such caliber, even Tier 6 God-ranked experts could not survive getting hit more than a few times. So when the 114 God Slayer combat puppets on the battlefield attacked together, nothing could stand in their way. After only one joint attack from the God Slayer combat puppets, the Holy Guard had already sustained several hundred casualties. Moreover, those killed did not leave any weapons or equipment behind, as everything within a 1,000-yard radius was thoroughly disintegrated. In contrast, although the Holy Guard's team leaders had retaliated against the God Slayer combat puppets, all of their attacks combined only managed to shave 1 point off the combat puppets' durability. For the God Slayer combat puppets that had 2,000 durability points, such damage was completely negligible. As for the exchange between the rest of the Holy Guard members and the Resurrection Camp's defenders, although Zero Wing, Azure Fang, and the Red Dragon Nation suffered many more casualties due to the majority of their forces being composed of Tier 5 players, the casualty rate for both sides was roughly equal. When the various spectating powers saw the situation, they couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Those combat puppets must be above the Dark Gold rank. Verdant Rainbow was greatly shocked as she looked at the God Slayer combat puppets displayed in the magic mirror before her. It was surprising enough that Zero Wing's hidden experts could hold their ground against the Holy Guard's vice commanders. I didn't think they would also have so many advanced Dark Gold combat puppets hidden. No wonder Black Flame can scoff at the Sun Dynasty's threats. Previously, Verdant Rainbow firmly believed that Zero Wing, Azure Fang, and the Red Dragon Nation were severely disadvantaged in terms of army composition, primarily due to the staggering disparity in Tier 6 experts between the two sides. Even if Zero Wing's mysterious experts could distract the Holy Guard's vice commanders, the remaining Holy Guard members could easily eliminate the 3 guilds' forces before regrouping with their vice commanders to overwhelm Zero Wing's mysterious experts. Although Tier 6 players possessed incredibly high physical parameters, they would still deplete their stamina and concentration rapidly in intense battles. It was especially so in battles against experts of a similar caliber. If both sides went all out, it wouldn't even be strange if they used up their stamina and concentration completely after only several dozen exchanges. Meanwhile, once out of stamina and concentration, it wouldn't matter if Zero Wing's mysterious experts were taboo-level existences. They would instantly become fish on a chopping block, even to ordinary Tier 6 players. However, Zero Wing had instantly bridged this massive gap in strength with its God Slayer combat puppets. The addition of these combat puppets thoroughly prevented the general members of the Holy Guard from affecting the high-level battle above ground. While Zero Wing's trump card is indeed surprising, you shouldn't forget that Daystar is no ordinary expert, Your Highness. The 7 Luminaries Alliance elder standing beside Verdant Rainbow said, shaking his head. Although the rumors say that Eternals for taboo-level existences had died in the hands of 400 of the Holy Guard's members, you and I both know that this is merely misinformation released by Eternal to cover up the actual situation. In reality, Daystar had single-handedly killed all 4 of those individuals while the rest of the Holy Guard merely watched from the side. Now that Daystar has even brought a Void Leviathan to the battlefield, I can only see Zero Wing's chances of victory as slim. Zero Wing's ability to mobilize over 100 advanced Dark Gold combat puppets was indeed amazing. Even the 7 Luminaries Alliance could never imagine mobilizing so many. This was because of the difficulty of repairing war weapons of such caliber. Even if the Alliance could repair them, the materials needed to do the repairs were incredibly difficult to procure. However, although powerful, advanced dark gold combat puppets were not almighty. While they might achieve incredible results when used against players, their effectiveness would plummet when used against monsters. In the case of a ferocious beast like the Void Leviathan, it probably wouldn't need more than a few attacks to destroy the God Slayer combat puppets. With its high HP and defense, it also wouldn't fear the God Slayer combat puppets' bombardment. While the Seven Luminaries Alliance Elder was speaking, the previously idle Void Leviathan had seemingly received a command from Daystar as it suddenly opened its mouths to initiate a breath attack on the Resurrection Camp. Each of the Void Leviathan's 18 heads gathered enough energy to exceed the standard of Tier 6 gods. If all 18 heads attacked together, even ancient gods of the same level should think twice before trying to receive it. Is that woman crazy? Fry, who was battling against a team leader of the Holy Guard, grew somber when she saw the Void Leviathan preparing for a breath attack. The Void Leviathan was massive, so even Tier 6 players would likely have difficulty escaping its breath attacks AoE in time. If the Void Leviathan scattered its 18 breath attacks, it could absolutely cover the entire Resurrection Camp. However, apart from the members of their 3 guilds, several thousand Holy Guard members were also fighting in the Resurrection Camp's vicinity. In other words, if the Void Leviathan were to release its breath attacks in this situation, thousands of Holy Guard members would get killed as well. However, the Holy Guard members embroiled in battle behaved as if they did not notice the Void Leviathan's actions. They kept fighting in a frenzy, and some even actively prevented the camp defenders from distancing themselves from the Resurrection Camp. They were fully intent on perishing together. It seems there's no holding back in this situation. When Sherfong saw the Void Leviathan's intentions, he sighed and said, "Bring him out blue." Understood. Upon hearing Sherfang's command, Blue Phoenix promptly took out a Summon Guard scroll and activated it. Boom! Suddenly, as if the sky was falling, a mighty aura descended upon the entirety of the Soul Lake. Then, a dragon knight clad in heavy armor gradually emerged from a magic array before Blue Phoenix, his presence causing the souls of everyone on the battlefield to shudder. A level 212 Tier 6 personal guard? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3668, Chapter 742, Legendary Guard vs. Void Leviathan. Chapter 3668, Chapter 742, Legendary Guard vs. Void Leviathan. Chapter 742, Legendary Guard vs. Void Leviathan. Am I dreaming? Level 212, Tier 6? How can such a personal guard exist? The Holy Guard's members and the spectating human powers were greatly confused when they saw Los Marin. Personal guards were a feature available to both human and Holy Race players. Hence, both races were familiar with the existence of personal guards. For this reason, they knew how difficult it was to develop personal guards to Tier 6 and how powerful Tier 6 personal guards could be. However, rather than Los Marin's tier, what truly confused everyone was his level. Level 212. Outside the Eternal Realm, personal guards of this level were relatively common, and nobody would fuss about seeing one. However, in the current Eternal Realm, a level 212 personal guard was virtually invincible. It also wasn't a level that was supposed to exist in the current Eternal Realm. Be it in the human race's greater god's domain or the holy race's greater god's domain, level 200 was a massive turning point. Upon reaching level 200, the basic attributes of players, monsters, and NPCs would experience a qualitative transformation. Even the most ordinary level 200, Tier 6 NPC could easily dominate a city populated by only Tier 6 players under level 200. Ensuring nobody would dare to make trouble in the city. This was also why, despite having such powerful forces already, none of the Holy Race powers dared to attack the Eternal Realm's various NPC cities. Any random NPC city in the Eternal Realm would have more than one level 200 plus Tier 6 NPC guarding it. If Tier 6 players under level 200 tried to attack these cities, even if they attacked in a massive army, their actions would be no different than suicide. So, how could they not be shocked and frightened now that there was a level 212 personal guard before them? Although many players had already started to recruit personal guards in the various NPC cities, the NPCs they recruited were only around level 190. While level 200 plus NPCs existed in the Eternal Realm, they were typically big shots of their respective cities, and recruiting them was nigh impossible. A level 212, Tier 6 personal guard, Daystar, standing atop the Void Leviathan, also looked surprised when she saw the Dragon Knight, Los Marin. However, the surprise in her eyes quickly faded as she indifferently said, "Had you used this trump card against any other legion, you would have indeed been undefeatable. Unfortunately, your opponent is the Void Leviathan. Even a level 212 personal guard will have to disappear along with the resurrection camp here." At the same time as Daystar finished speaking, the Void Leviathan unleashed the energy it had been charging with its 18 heads. In an instant, 18 radiant beams shot out from the Void Leviathan's mouths and converged to form a miniature world that covered a 5,000-yard radius. Then, this miniature world descended upon the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. In the meantime, Fry and the others found themselves immobilized due to the pressure exerted by the miniature world. They felt as if they were stuck between two converging worlds, and all they could do was wait for death to claim them. What a pity! Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but sigh when she saw the Void Leviathan's attack. As Daystar mentioned, had Los Marin's opponent not been the Void Leviathan, he could have absolutely defended the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that he could render the Sun Dynasty powerless against the Resurrection Camp. Unfortunately, the Void Leviathan was no ordinary ferocious beast. It was an existence capable of devouring all existences, and even ancient gods of the same level were fearful of them. In terms of combat power, a level 193 Void Leviathan was superior to even level 200 Tier 6 gods, let alone a level 212 Tier 6 personal guard. While Verdant Rainbow was lamenting Zero Wing's fate, Los Marin suddenly appeared in the miniature world's path of descent with his shield raised. Evidently, he planned to receive the Void Leviathan's attack head-on to protect the Resurrection Camp. Boom! A loud explosion occurred, followed by a powerful shock wave that shook the entire Soul Lake. The shock wave was so intense that even the sky had turned into a dark void. It seems Zero Wing will still lose in the end. Verdant Rainbow sighed deeply as she looked at the magic mirror. It was indeed surprising that Zero Wing had a level 212 Tier 6 personal guard hidden under its sleeve, but the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp's defenders were still weaker than the Holy Guard. Meanwhile, now that everyone in the Resurrection Camp had been annihilated, even if Zero Wing's main force members were still alive, the Resurrection Camp's defenders no longer had the ability to defend the camp over a long period. However, just as Verdant Rainbow was about to command her flying ship's pilot to leave the Soul Lake, the magic mirror before her suddenly revealed a figure standing amidst the void. How is this possible? Verdant Rainbow gaped in shock as she stared into the magic mirror. That's an attack that can repel an ancient god of the same level. How can he survive that? At this time, under the shattered sky, the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp could be seen perfectly intact. In fact, it wasn't just the Resurrection Camp that was in perfect shape. Even the Dragon Knight, Los Marin, looked no different from before. Attack! Before anyone could react to this unexpected turn of events, Blue Phoenix commanded Los Marin to retaliate against the Void Leviathan. In response, Los Marin summoned a spear into his hand and thrust it in the Void Leviathan's direction. At the same time, 3 magic arrays abruptly appeared above the Void Leviathan. Threefold Tier 6 super spell, Spirit Impact Spear. When the Void Leviathan saw the magic arrays above its head, it instinctively launched another breath attack with its 18 heads. However, it was too late to disrupt the magic array's formation as a molten spear clad in flames had already emerged from them. Then the molten spear could be seen colliding with the dazzling miniature world created by the Void Leviathan. Boom! The molten spear passed through the Void Leviathan's miniature world unhindered. Then it proceeded to strike the Void Leviathan out of the air and pinned it to the ground, the impact creating a crater that had a radius of tens of thousands of yards. Not only that, but the Void Leviathan also lost a huge chunk of its HP and 3 of its heads, becoming heavily injured. As for the remaining 15 heads, fear colored their eyes as they looked up at Los Marin. So strong! He heavily injured a level 193 Void Leviathan in one hit. Crap! What rank is that personal guard? The various spectating powers were shocked when they saw the heavily injured Void Leviathan. It should be known that a level 193 Void Leviathan was stronger than even level 200 Tier 6 gods. Yet, it fared no differently than a lizard before Los Marin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3669. Chapter 743 Trump Card? Chapter 3669. Chapter 743 Trump Card? Chapter 743 Trump Card? Why isn't the Void Leviathan recovering? What did that personal guard do? Don't tell me that's a legendary personal guard? A series of questions popped into 19th Sword's mind as he spectated the battlefield from his tent. Others might not know how powerful Void Leviathans were, but not 19th Sword. As someone who frequently operated around the boundaries of the Void Sea, 19th Sword was no stranger to Void Leviathans. He had even personally traded blows with them before. As the first gatekeeper of the Void Sea's borderland, Void Leviathans not only possessed strength that could strike fear into ancient gods of the same level, but they also possessed a frightening recovery ability that could let them outlast ancient gods of the same level. Under normal circumstances, even a level 210, Tier 6 god could not heavily injure a level 193 Void Leviathan in one hit. On the contrary, the level 210, Tier 6 god was more likely to run out of steam before they could kill the level 193 Void Leviathan. Hence, 19th Sword couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw a measly level 212 personal guard heavily injuring a level 193 Void Leviathan. Guild leader, how many more secrets are you still keeping from us? On the battlefield, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss couldn't help but turn to look at Phone when they saw Los Marin's performance. The two of them were among the first batch of 5th floor experts to join Zero Wing in the Crystal City of Secrets, so they could be considered veteran internal members already. They had also watched Zero Wing grow from nothing to its current state in the Crystal City, so they could confidently say that they understood Zero Wing very well. However, after arriving at the World Arc and witnessing the series of events that had taken place up until this point, they suddenly felt incredibly foreign toward their own guild. First, it was the batch of mysterious Tier 6 experts. Next, there were the frightening Silverwing flying ship and advanced dark gold combat puppets. Now it was a level 212, Tier 6 personal guard who could heavily injure an existence, rivaling level 193 ancient gods. No matter how they thought about it, these were not things that the guild they had watched develop should possess. Advanced epic? No, that's not right. He's a legendary guard. Daystar's 3 purple eyes turned a little gloomy as she looked at Los Marin. A legendary personal guard. Based on her knowledge, only a personal guard who was at the legendary rank could possibly accomplish such a feat. However, among the holy race, personal guards with such exceptional growth potential were incredibly scarce and considered invaluable assets. Powers that possessed legendary personal guards typically avoided deploying them unless in dire straits, out of apprehension of losing them in combat. The Sun Dynasty was no exception, hence the absence of its legendary personal guards in the Eternal Realm. Of course, The primary reason for their absence was that personal guards of level 200 and above were prohibited from entering the Eternal Realm. Yet, now a small human guild with neither fame nor history was actually willing to put a legendary guard to battle in the Eternal Realm. Not only that, but this legendary guard was even level 212. You've guessed correctly. He is indeed a legendary guard, Sherfong said, chuckling when he saw Daystar furrowing her brows. What do you think? Is the trump card I prepared effective against the Holy Guard? Daystar, the Arbiter of Death. She was a well-known holy child of the Sun Dynasty. Out of the Sun Dynasty's 14 holy children, she was also the likeliest to become the next guild leader. Even in his previous life, Sherfong would have to steer clear of her. Honestly, Sherfong was quite surprised to encounter Daystar so soon. Without the harvest from the God-Slayer's treasury, defending the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp would have been impossible, and Zero Wing's foundations might have even been endangered. Fortunately, the Arbiter of Death's timing was poor, or Sherfong would have suffered a huge loss. So what if you have a legendary guard? Daystar glanced at Sherfong, paying no heed to his provocation. The Holy Guard's might is beyond your comprehension. As Daystar spoke, many Holy Guard members on the battlefield suddenly formed 6-person parties and merged their holy auras with their respective party leaders. Shortly thereafter, these Holy Guard members died one by one, while the party leaders who received their holy auras experienced a meteoric rise in strength, quickly rivaling taboo-level existences. Death reborn. Sherfong remained unfazed, looking like he had long anticipated this development. Combination Holy Art, Death Reborn. Death Reborn was a combination holy art that sacrificed 5 players with holy auras of roughly equal standards to massively strengthen a player's holy aura and attributes. It was one of the Sun Dynasty's well-known trump cards in Sherfeng's previous life. It was also why the Holy Guard could become one of the Sun Dynasty's 5 conquest legions in the Eternal Realm. You know quite a lot. Daystar looked at Sherfong in surprise. Death Reborn was one of the Sun Dynasty's secrets that was known by few, even among the Holy Race's various powers. In a situation where the human race and Holy Race were not on familiar terms, it should logically be impossible for a human player to learn of Death Reborn. I only know a little, Sherfong said, chuckling. Then he snapped his fingers and continued. Since the other side is getting serious, it's time for you all to stop hiding and fight them seriously as well. Fight seriously? Everyone couldn't help but look at Sherfong in shock, failing to comprehend what Sherfong was saying. Were Zero Wing's members still not fighting seriously? Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for these words. Sinful Flame, who had been fighting against 2 of the Holy Guard's vice commanders, revealed an ecstatic look when he heard Sherfeng's words. You 2 have been having a lot of fun using all your techniques on me, haven't you? Well, it's this old man's turn now. As soon as Sinful Flame finished speaking, his aura started to skyrocket in intensity, as if he had transformed from a slumbering beast into an awakened dragon. His black cloak was shredded into countless pieces under the pressure of his frightening aura and mana, revealing his personal information to all. Sinful Flame, level 218. I wanted to spar with them a little longer, Melancholy, the former guild leader of 13 Thrones, said inside. Similar to Sinful Flame, he stopped suppressing his aura and mana, causing his low-quality black cloak to become shredded. Melancholy, level 217. How dare you old fellows complain? At least you got to fight 1-on-2 all this time, Ji Lorong said as she sent a dissatisfied glance at Sinful Flame and Melancholy. As she said so, she too stopped hiding her strength. Ji Lorong, level 212. Upon receiving Sherfeng's command, Phoenix Rain and the 13 other Tier 6 players from Sherfeng's home god's domain stopped hiding their aura and mana, revealing their true levels. All of them were above level 200. Moreover, aside from Crimson Mist, everyone else was at level 210 or above. The auras and mana they radiated were also stronger than Tier 6 gods of the same level. 13 level 210+ god-ranked experts. Heavens! Is Zero Wing playing a joke on us? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3670. Chapter 744. Holy Guard defeated. Chapter 3670. Chapter 744. Holy Guard defeated. Chapter 744. Holy Guard defeated above the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. Phoenix Rain and the 13 other Tier 6 experts from Shurfang's home God's domain hovered proudly in the air, each radiating a towering pillar of mana that covered the entire resurrection camp. The auras they radiated also made everyone on the battlefield feel as if 14 demon gods had just awoken from a long slumber. This development shocked everyone on the battlefield. Even Fry and Garrett, who were in the middle of an intense battle, subconsciously stopped their actions to look at Phoenix Rain's group of 14. Level 200 was a massive turning point in God's domain. This held true for both monsters and players. In the greater God's domain, even a level 200, Tier 5 player fully equipped with fragmented legendary items could already trade blows evenly with a level 190. Tier 6 player fully equipped with fragmented legendary items, let alone level 210+, Tier 6 god-ranked experts. In the current Eternal Realm, level 210+, Tier 6 god-ranked experts were virtually invincible. Yet, Zero Wing had 14 of such experts. What kind of method did he use exactly? How can he bring so many level 200+ players into the Eternal Realm? Fry was filled with disbelief as she looked at Shurfang, who stood aboard the Silverwing. Although the greater God's domain's various powers had yet to discover the Eternal Realm's exact coordinates, many powers had already found methods to send players into the Eternal Realm. It was especially so for the various apex powers. Virtually all of them already possessed such means. Moreover, the number of players they could send over was massive, which was why they had such an overwhelming advantage over the other powers in the current Eternal Realm. However, as mighty as they were, even the various apex powers could not bring level 200+ players into the Eternal Realm. This was because of the restrictions imposed by the Eternal Realm's laws. Is this what you meant when you said Zero Wing can bring people into the Eternal Realm, Orbeth? Garrett couldn't help but ask as he turned to look at Orbeth, Azure Fong Saintus. Haven't I reported it to the guild leader long ago? Orbeth responded by looking at Garrett strangely. But you never said Zero Wing can bring level 200+ players. Garrett nearly lost his calm when he saw Orbeth's calm expression. Garrett had long known about Zero Wing's ability to transport players into the Eternal Realm. This was because Orbeth had entered the Eternal Realm via Zero Wing's channel. Orbeth had even admitted to it herself. Hence, this matter was not a secret among Azure Fong's executives. In fact, Orbeth had even mentioned that so long as the various powers were willing to pay the price, Zero Wing could help them bring players into the Eternal Realm. Originally, Azure Fong's executives had scoffed at this matter. After all, it wouldn't matter how many players they brought into the Eternal Realm. No amount of players under level 200 would be enough to change the situation in the Eternal Realm. Even bringing several Tier 6 players wouldn't change the overall situation. This was because the various powers did not lack experts capable of advancing to Tier 6. However, it was a different story if Zero Wing could bring level 200+ players into the Eternal Realm. I might not have mentioned it, but none of you asked me, either, Orbeth calmly replied. You! Orbeth's response rendered Garrett speechless. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. In reality, Orbeth couldn't be considered a full-fledged member of Azure Fong. She wasn't internally nurtured by the guild. Instead, she had only joined the guild because of an invitation from Azure Fong's guild leader, and her relationship with Azure Fong was more like a partnership than anything else. She was under no obligation to care about Azure Fong's interests. In such a situation, it was already fortunate she was willing to share her method of entering the Eternal Realm. While Garrett and Orbeth were conversing, Phoenix Rain and the others had already thrown themselves at the Holy Guard's team leaders, giving the enemy no time to gather themselves. Meanwhile, in front of level 210+, Tier 6 players equipped with the God Chaser set, which provided basic attributes on par with level 220 legendary equipment, level 180, Tier 6 players were no more than infants before adults. Even if the Holy Guard's team leaders had been artificially strengthened to rival Tebu-level existences, they were no exception. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, over 10 Holy Guard team leaders were killed. The difference in basic attributes was too overwhelming. Even if the Holy Guard team leaders possessed superior combat standards, in a situation where they were severely disadvantaged in speed and power, they had no choice but to trade blows with Phoenix Rain and the others, which led to them losing HP rapidly. In just 10 seconds, Phoenix Rain and the others had already killed over 200 Holy Guard team leaders. During this time, although the Holy Guard's 17 vice commanders had tried to intervene, 8 of them had to work together just to distract Crimson Mist, who was only a level 200+ player. Naturally, they were even more helpless against Phoenix Rain and the others, and all they could do was watch as the Holy Guard's members were slaughtered. Meanwhile, when the various spectating powers saw this scene, they couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Tebu-level existences. In any of the pseudo-apex powers present, Tebu-level existences were considered apex combatants. They were also the various pseudo-apex powers' biggest source of confidence. In the current Eternal Realm, even the various apex powers would be helpless against a force of several hundred Tebu-level existences. Yet, this seemingly unstoppable force had become as fragile as an infant against Zero Wing's 14 members. Is this the real reason behind Black Flame's confidence? After observing Phoenix Rain's group for a while, Verdant Rainbow shifted her attention toward Surefoam, a rare smile forming on her face. I wonder what expression those Vice Alliance masters will make once they learn of this. Because of their fear of displeasing Demon's Gate, they even said I was overestimating Black Flame and warned me against using my privilege to raise his rank. In reality, Black Flame receiving a rank in the Divine Glory List's top 300 was an extremely controversial topic in the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Meanwhile, as Black Flame's primary advocate, Verdant Rainbow had been ridiculed by many in the Alliance. They all thought she was exaggerating her description of Black Flame, especially regarding his importance in resisting the various Holy Race powers. After all, Black Flame was only one person. He didn't even have a divine artifact. Yet, she had insisted on propping up Black Flame to strengthen Zero Wing. In their opinion, all she was doing was wasting resources. Be that as it may, the assistance of apex powers like Demon's Gate is still crucial in resisting the Holy Race, Your Highness. Without them, we would not be able to resist the Holy Race in the Eternal Realm, the elder standing beside Verdant Rainbow explained when he saw her delighted expression. I know that. Verdant Rainbow nodded. When she recalled Demon's Gate's reminder from before, her expression darkened. The Eternal Realm was vast and brimming with ancient resources. In their pursuit of these ancient resources, the human race and holy races engaged in numerous large-scale battles across the Eternal Realm. However, outside of the conflict in the World Arc, most of these conflicts remained hidden from non-apex powers. Currently, the various apex powers were already struggling to protect the human race's territory. If Demon's Gate were to cause a commotion in this situation, the human race would be put into a perilous situation in the Eternal Realm. As for whether Demon's Gate would dare make such a treacherous move, that wasn't even a question. After all, Demon's Gate was unlike the average guild. It was filled with a bunch of lunatics who would be willing to do anything. While Verdant Rainbow was having her conversation, the siege over the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp reached a conclusion. The Holy Guard, which originally began with over 10,000 players, had fewer than 2,000 players remaining. Meanwhile, although Zero Wing, Azure Fang, and the Red Dragon Nation had suffered many more casualties, most of their main force members remained alive. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing annihilated the Holy Guard. Should we use our final trump card, Commander Daystar? Heavenly Ape Saint tentatively asked when he saw the ugly look on Daystar. Although the Death Reborn combination Holy Art was one of the Holy Guard's trump cards, it wasn't the last of the Legion's trump cards. The Legion still had one more trump card to use. However, if this final trump card was used here, the Holy Guard's subsequent plans would be as good as forfeit. Zero Wing, is it? I will remember this humiliation. After fiercely glaring at Sherfong, who remained aboard the Silver Wing, Daystar commanded, "Everyone retreat!" Upon receiving Daystar's command, every surviving Holy Guard member took out a gray talisman from their bags and activated it. Immediately, holy power enveloped them, and they turned into streaks of light as they disappeared from the resurrection camp. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3671. Chapter 745. All sides shocked. Chapter 3671. Chapter 745. All sides shocked. Chapter 745. All sides shocked. They're retreating. The Holy Guard is retreating. We won. We won. We defended the resurrection camp. When the remaining players in the resurrection camp saw the Holy Guard members suddenly turning into streaks of light and vanishing, they cheered in excitement. Although they already understood that victory would likely fall to them once Zero Wing's level 200-plus players revealed their strength, they also knew it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After all, the fact remained that the Holy Guard had over 10,000 Tier 6 players, while their 3 guilds barely had over 100. As evidence, even though their 3 guilds started the battle with over 150,000 players, they ended the battle with fewer than 30,000 players. If not for the 114 God Slayer combat puppets drawing most of the Holy Guard's attention, it wouldn't even be surprising if all of their Tier 5 players died in battle. Thank goodness we managed to hold on. When Fry saw the Holy Guard vanishing, she scanned the remaining players in the resurrection camp and breathed a sigh of relief. While Tier 5 players could no longer be considered main combatants in the current Eternal Realm, they still served as a necessary foundation for the various powers to increase their Tier 6 combatants. In this battle, where their opponents consisted entirely of Tier 6 Holy Race experts, Tier 5 players who were killed would likely lose 2 or 3 levels and enter a weakened state for several days at the very least. In more severe cases, they might even lose the ability to log into the game for 1 or 2 weeks. As for the Tier 5 players killed by the Holy Guard's God-ranked experts, they'd be fortunate if they only lost access to God's domain for a couple of weeks. If they were unlucky, they might even lose access to God's domain permanently. With the casualty rate of the defenders being at over 80%, the loss was undoubtedly tragic. In the Red Dragon Nation's case, it could no longer afford to participate in any large-scale battles for a short period. Its development across the Eternal Realm would also be severely affected. Fortunately, they ultimately managed to defend the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. The World Arc was the first high-level world mode regional dungeon in the Eternal Realm. It was even home to Holy Ring City, a neutral city, and a place for players to reincarnate as a mythical race. It was destined to become one of the Eternal Realm's central development zones, and there would be a steady streak of players coming to develop in it in the future. If the Red Dragon Nation could rely on the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp's astonishing income, it would not need to worry about its future development in the Eternal Realm. Above the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp, should we give chase, Guild Leader? Hidden Soul asked through the team chat. They didn't teleport far away. My tracking skill shows they are only 50,000 yards from us. With the Silverwing's speed, we can catch up to them in less than a minute. As an assassin and a veteran of the battlefield, Hidden Soul had made it a habit to leave a tracking mark on her opponents. That way, she could always chase after her opponents should they escape. Currently, most of Zero Wing's Tier 6 main force members remain alive. Even without Azure Fawn and the Red Dragon Nation's help, they could easily eliminate the Holy Guard's remaining forces. Never mind. As the saying goes, do not press a desperate foe too hard, Shifeng said, shaking his head as he looked in the direction where the Holy Guard had retreated. Our goal is to defend the Resurrection Camp. If we give chase, it might lead to the spectating powers trying to take advantage of the situation. The Holy Guard's fame was widespread in his previous life. Although Phoenix Rain's group was strong, he wouldn't dismiss the possibility of the Holy Guard having more hidden trump cards. It should be known that Daystar in Shifeng's previous life had single-handedly eradicated all life in a realm. Even when experts equipped with divine artifacts attempted to confront her, none returned alive. It was also this frightening capability that earned her the title of Arbiter of Death. Personally, Shifeng did not wish for Zero Wing's members to test Daystar's capabilities. He didn't dare gamble on whether Daystar currently possessed the frightening capability she exhibited in his previous life. This was also why he remained on standby on the Silverwing throughout the fight. Had Daystar displayed that capability, he would have promptly used the Silverwing to retreat with Zero Wing's main force members. Meanwhile, Hidden Soul and the others did not voice any opposition to Shifeng's decision. Immediately, they began instructing the surviving players to tidy up the battlefield. At the same time as the three guilds were starting to clean up the battlefield, a commotion erupted among the various spectating powers. Are you kidding me? The Holy Guard actually retreated. Incredible. Zero Wing actually defeated the Sun Dynasty that even the Seven Luminaries Alliance fears. After this battle, the Eternal Realm's power structure will most likely see a huge change. The executives of the various spectating powers were filled with disbelief when they saw the Holy Guard retreating in defeat. For a moment, they even suspected someone had cast an illusion on their magic mirrors. It should be known that Zero Wing was merely an upstart guild that had appeared with the Eternal Realm. Yet, not only did it manage to take out an advanced dark gold flying ship and over 100 advanced dark gold combat puppets, but it also had 14 level 200+ Tier 6 experts. Not even the various Apex powers could take out such strength in the current Eternal Realm. It was especially so for the level 200+ Tier 6 experts. So long as the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp had these 14 experts defending it, nobody in the current Eternal Realm could threaten Zero Wing's ownership over the Resurrection Camp. What should we do, Elder Sword? Titan asked worriedly as he turned to 19th Sword. Once news of this battle gets out, we'll most likely have great difficulty surviving in the World Arc. Previously, the various powers had distanced themselves from the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp due to concerns about Zero Wing's ability to defend it and potential retaliation from the Sun Dynasty. However, after Zero Wing's victory against the Holy Guard, one of the Sun Dynasty's 5 conquest legions, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp a fortress of seemingly impenetrable defenses. In fact, it might even surpass the safety of the Seven Luminaries Alliance's resurrection camps. Because of this, it could be foreseen that many powers would try to curry favor with Zero Wing. At that time, the Skylight Association's suffering would be the best greeting gift. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3672. Chapter 746, Battle Harvest. Chapter 3672. Chapter 746, Battle Harvest. Chapter 746. Battle Harvest, Crystal City of Secrets, Airport. Many flying ships from the various NPC cities and fortresses could be seen waiting to dock at the Crystal City's airport. The airport's 5-story waiting hall was also crowded with players waiting to travel to the Eternal Realms high-level maps. "Isn't this airport a little too crowded?" A petite level 173 female berserker clad in silver armor bearing Scarecrow Fox's mark remarked as she looked at the long line snaking through the waiting hall. "I wonder when our adventure team will be able to have our own flying ship like the other powers. If we had our own flying ship, we wouldn't have to waste so much time waiting in line." "That's not going to happen anytime soon. Little Garment," Riverlight, a level 180, Tier 6 cleric, remarked with a wry smile as he gazed at the petite female berserker. "While flying ships might be commonplace in the greater god's domain, only pseudo-apex powers and above possess them in the Eternal Realm. Even conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers don't stand a chance of owning one. Fortunately, our adventure team secured a medium private house in the Crystal City long ago. Otherwise, with the current influx of players, we might struggle to even enter the city, let alone board a flying ship." The petite female berserker was named Mirror Garment, and she was currently receiving training from Scarecrow Fox. She was the successor of one of the conglomerates backing Scarecrow Fox, and the adventure team would usually go all out to help her grow. However, the problem was that the current Eternal Realm was a gathering place of the mighty, and Scarecrow Fox's status here could only be considered average. Because of this, the influence it could exert and the resources it could access were limited. It could not easily access an entire realm's resources like it could outside the Eternal Realm. "I understand." Mirror Garment nodded. When she looked at the various conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers, peerless geniuses who were in the waiting hall, a hint of fighting spirit appeared in her eyes. It hadn't been easy for her to enter the Eternal Realm. Despite her status, she had to undergo fierce competition to earn a spot. Although Scarecrow Fox was a behemoth in the realm she hailed from, she recognized that the Eternal Realm was a haven for the exceptionally powerful. This notion was readily apparent from the state of the Crystal City's airport. Throughout the waiting area, peerless geniuses could be spotted. In their respective realms, these individuals would be regarded as renowned figures. However, within the Crystal City of Secrets, these peerless geniuses were merely insignificant figures. If we can acquire more combat secret treasures or a couple of extraordinary secret treasures from the World Arc this time, having a flying ship sent over from the greater god's domain wouldn't be out of the question, Ingchilin said, smiling when she saw the fighting spirit on Mirror Garment's face. "Also, if you're lucky, you might even get to register at one of the Inner Area's resurrection camps on this trip." "The Inner Area? Are you for real, Big Sis Chilin?" Mirror Garment asked as she looked at Ingchilin with fiery eyes. Although she had only recently arrived at the Eternal Realm, she had overheard many players discussing the World Arc while exploring the underground Crystal Palace and Crystal City of Secrets. The World Arc was currently a place of contention for many powers, and its inner area was so dangerous that even members of pseudo-apex powers were at high risk of death. Because of this, it became mandatory for players to register themselves at an Inner Area resurrection camp if they wanted to explore the World Arc's inner area effectively. The only problem was that this privilege was not easily obtained. Even the members of the various pseudo-apex powers had difficulty securing a spot. If she could register at a resurrection camp in the inner area, she could explore the inner area more efficiently and find more opportunities for growth. "Naturally," Ingchilin said, chuckling, "Scarecrow Fox might be insignificant in the Crystal City, but we have a good relationship with Zero Wing. Acquiring a registration slot shouldn't be too difficult." Zero Wing. Mirror Garment was unfamiliar with the name Ingchilin mentioned. Even after searching through all the information she had of pseudo-apex powers in her mind, she could not remember ever hearing this name before. However, Mirror Garment was no fool. Based on Ingchilin's prideful tone when she spoke of Scarecrow Fox's relationship with Zero Wing, she could tell that Zero Wing was no ordinary power. As Ingchilin was about to provide Mirror Garment a detailed explanation, a nearby team overheard their conversation, and a level 181, Tier 6 swordsman from the team suddenly approached them. The swordsman in question was a middle-aged man clad in armor adorned with a sword emblem, and trailing behind him was a young man who was also a Tier 6 swordsman. The Blade Master Society. Mirror Garment gasped when she saw the approaching middle-aged swordsman. The Blade Master Society was an adventure team renowned in the Greater Gods domain, its reputation surpassing even Scarecrow Fox. The Society's two commanders, both bearing the title of Blade Master, were particularly celebrated for their strength, being only marginally weaker than Scarecrow Fox's legendary Great Commander. Greetings, Vice Commander Cheelin. I am Ocean Watcher, a Vice Commander of the Blade Master Society. The middle-aged swordsman introduced himself respectfully. I couldn't help but overhear you mentioning your relationship with Zero Wing, Vice Commander Cheelin. If it is not too much to ask, can I trouble you for an introduction? Just a chance to meet with Zero Wing will do. You don't have to say anything on the Blade Master Society's behalf. Regardless of success or failure, we will offer this extraordinary secret treasure for your troubles. Ocean Watcher? The ocean-slicing sword god? Mirror Garment gaped in shock when she heard the middle-aged swordsman's introduction. The ocean-slicing sword god was well known across the Greater Gods domain. He was an expert ranked among the Divine Glory List's top 100, and even pseudo-apex powers had to treat him with a certain degree of respect. Yet, after hearing that Scarecrow Fox shared a good relationship with Zero Wing, Ocean Watcher was willing to humble himself before Cheelin, even going as far as to offer an incomparably precious, extraordinary secret treasure just to get a recommendation from Cheelin. This situation piqued Mirror Garment's curiosity toward the guild known as Zero Wing. Just what kind of power could compel a top 100 Divine Glory expert to exhibit such caution and deference? I cannot promise you a meeting, Cheelin answered after pondering the matter. It all depends on Guild Leader Black Flame's willingness. That is only natural. When Ocean Watcher didn't hear an outright refusal from Cheelin, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. His reaction also caused the young Tier 6 swordsman beside him to scrutinize Mirror Garment seriously, treating her like a powerful rival. Seeing this, Mirror Garment couldn't help but be filled with disbelief. While the interaction between Scarecrow Fox and the Blade Master Society was taking place over at the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. We finished cleaning up the battlefield, Guild Leader, Gentle Snow said as she entered the advanced tent occupied by Zero Wing's executives, who were in the middle of sorting through the loot acquired from the Sun Dynasty's 3 subordinate guilds. Then she handed Sherfong a list and excitedly reported, "Not only did we not incur any losses in this battle, but we even made a fortune. In addition, as soon as the battle concluded, many powers contacted us asking to buy long-term registration slots. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3673, Chapter 747, Ring City Royal Order. Chapter 3673, Chapter 747, Ring City Royal Order. Chapter 747, Ring City Royal Order. Following Gentle Snow's excited statement, Hidden Soul and the others couldn't help but chuckle. These powers are the very definition of opportunists. Before we fought the Sun Dynasty, none of them were willing to enter a long-term partnership with us. Yet now that we have repelled the Sun Dynasty, all of them are suddenly interested in doing so. Fire Dance and Rampant Blade curled their lips in disdain when they heard about the various powers' behavior. "It's normal," Sherfong said, unsurprised by the behavior of the various powers. Chuckling, he said, "Not even the 7 Luminaries Alliance will want to provoke the Sun Dynasty if it can avoid doing so. Meanwhile, Zero Wing is only an upstart guild in the Eternal Realm. How could the various powers possibly dare bet on us?" Indeed, Hidden Soul nodded in agreement. Then she added, "Even so, we can't let them benefit off us so easily. Setting aside the resurrection slots we need to reserve for our 3 guilds, we should strictly limit how many slots we share with others. Otherwise, the wait time is going to become a problem. How many slots do you think we should offer them, guild leader?" Gentle Snow asked as she looked at Sherfong. Although the World Ark's resurrection camps didn't have a theoretical limit on how many players they could register, they could only resurrect a limited number of players each time. If the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp only had a user base of about 100,000, it would have no problem handling the potential traffic. However, it would be a different story if the user base reached 1 million or more. If too many players sought to be resurrected simultaneously, they'd have to wait a long time for their turn. If the wait time ended up being as long as it would take players to travel from the nearest NPC city to the World Ark, there'd be no point in registering at the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. Based on the distance between our resurrection camp and the nearest NPC city, we should hit our maximum capacity at 500,000 players. We will need to reserve 60,000 for our 3 guilds and 200,000 for other players out of these slots. So, let the various powers compete for 140,000 slots for now, and set the price at 30 eternal silver per slot. Sherfong said after some thought, "As for the remaining slots, we'll gradually distribute them as more Tier 6 players appear." The World Ark's inner area was different from the outer area. Although Tier 5 players could explore the inner area, their chances of encountering Holy Race players were significantly greater. Meanwhile, with the Holy Race having far more Tier 6 players than the human race, the chances of Tier 5 human players dying in the inner area would be incredibly high. So, even if the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp registered only 400,000 players, registered players might need to wait half a day just to get resurrected. "I'll make the necessary arrangements," Gentle Snow said, nodding. After Gentle Snow left the tent, Sherfong turned his attention toward the list Gentle Snow had handed to him. It was a list showing the items they acquired from the Holy Guard. Prior to the battle, Zero Wing, Azure Fong, and the Red Dragon Nation had already agreed that any loot acquired during the defensive siege would go to whichever guild was responsible for obtaining it in the first place. Meanwhile, with Zero Wing's members being responsible for over 90% of the Holy Guard members killed, it meant that over 90% of the loot obtained went to Zero Wing. So, Zero Wing's harvest was very fruitful. The Holy Guard was one of the Sun Dynasty's 5 conquest legions, so it went without saying that the equipment standard of its members was excellent. Even the most inferior equipment they dropped was at the fragmented legendary rank. The only problem was that most of the weapons and equipment dropped by the Holy Guard members could only be equipped by Holy Race players. In the hands of human players, they were utterly useless. Even so, the amount of usable loot Zero Wing acquired still astonished Sherfong. There are actually 2,487 universal, fragmented, legendary items. "No wonder," she said, "we made a fortune." Sherfong couldn't help but gasp a little as he looked at the list in his hand. Zero Wing had expended a lot of 7 Luminaries crystals for mobilizing the God Slayer combat puppets in the defensive siege. More specifically, out of the 570,000 units prepared, less than 200,000 units remained. Fortunately, Zero Wing had won the battle, which eliminated the need to compensate guild members for losses related to weapons and equipment. Instead, Zero Wing would only need to compensate guild members for the loss of levels and contributions made during the battle. After calculating the guild contribution points required for these compensations, 2,000 fragmented legendary items should be more than enough for Zero Wing to break even. Essentially, Zero Wing had made a profit of 487 fragmented legendary items in this battle. This was nearly enough to fully equip a 50-man team with fragmented legendary items. Under normal circumstances, the current Zero Wing would need at least a month to acquire nearly 500 fragmented legendary items. Moreover, this was only because of the Eternal Realm's favorable circumstances. Outside of the Eternal Realm, Zero Wing would probably need several months to acquire so many fragmented legendary items. It would be great if I could turn the Holy Race's exclusive weapons and equipment into usable resources right away. When Shifeng looked at the 10,000 plus fragmented legendary items usable by only Holy Race players on the list, he couldn't help but sigh in dejection. Weapons and equipment exclusive to the Holy Race were utterly useless to human players. Normally, if players wished to convert these items into usable resources, they could only do so by auctioning them off at a neutral city's auction house. Although they would incur a hefty processing fee, they could sell these unusable items to Holy Race players for eternal coins. However, none of the Eternal Realm's neutral cities had been activated thus far, so such transactions were not yet possible. While Shifeng could also convert these exclusive items using the origin myth, it wasn't worth doing so. After all, 7 Luminaries crystals were incredibly precious and strategic resources. They were even more valuable than fragmented legendary items, in a certain sense. This is a Ring City royal order? Shifeng's eyes suddenly widened when he noticed a particular item on the list. What's wrong, guild leader? Hidden Soul asked out of curiosity when she noticed the sudden change in Shifeng's expression. Aside from Hidden Soul, everyone else in the tent also noticed Shifeng's surprised reaction, and they couldn't help but turn to look at him. Although most of the players in the tent had yet to reach the 5th floor standard, they were still 4th floor experts. Hence, no changes occurring within their perception range could escape their notice. It's nothing bad. Our guild has simply struck gold, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw Hidden Soul and the others looking at him. Hearing Shifeng's response, Hidden Soul and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes at him for stating the obvious. You guys, Shifeng couldn't help but feel exasperated by the looks of disdain Hidden Soul and the others were giving him. However, he refrained from explaining himself and retrieved a tattered scroll from the epic spatial bag that Gentle Snow had passed him along with the list just now. The Ring City Royal Orders, also known as the Ring City's 12 aristocrats. Holy Ring City had 12 aristocratic positions, specifically 6 viscounts for counts and 2 dukes. They were established by the first city lord, and they coincided with the 12 official fiefs that covered the World Ark's core area around Holy Ring City. Indeed, the only way for players to acquire a guild city in the World Ark, the first high-level world mode regional dungeon in the Eternal Realm, was by becoming one of Holy Ring City's 12 aristocrats and acquiring an official fief. So long as a power could succeed in doing so, they would gain access to unimaginable wealth. Meanwhile, the tattered scroll in Shifeng's hand was none other than the Ring City royal order necessary to become one of the 12 aristocrats. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3674, Chapter 748, Battle of the 4 Royals. Chapter 3674, Chapter 748, Battle of the 4 Royals, Chapter 748, Battle of the 4 Royals. To be able to find something like this, the Holy Guard truly is incredible. Shifeng briefly fell into a daze as he looked at the tattered scroll. The Ring City Royal Order wasn't something that could be acquired easily. Even though the one currently in Shifeng's possession was only an incomplete fragment, its value still exceeded that of a divine weapon. Under the right circumstances, it could even be worth multiple divine weapons. This was because the World Ark was one of the Eternal Realm's few world mode regional dungeons. Simply the fact that the monsters here could drop extraordinary secret treasures and above already made it an invaluable location, let alone the fact that it also housed various resources and ore veins that couldn't be found elsewhere. Most importantly, the World Ark was home to Holy Ring City. At first glance, Holy Ring City might not seem special. After all, although neutral cities weren't everywhere in the Eternal Realm, there are still quite many. However, Holy Ring City's true value quickly presented itself once the various powers discovered the Eternal Realm's coordinates in the Void Sea, a city of absolute neutrality. Of course, this doesn't mean the other neutral cities of the Eternal Realm weren't genuinely maintaining a neutral stance. Instead, the issue was that most of these neutral cities could no longer uphold their neutrality once various powers discovered the Eternal Realm's coordinates, even if they intended to do so. However, Holy Ring City was different. As mighty as the Holy Race's royal powers were, not even they could do anything about it. In fact, not even the legendary Battle of the Four Royals had managed to bring down the city. The Battle of the Four Royals. It was a battle that shook the greater gods' domains of both the human race and the Holy Race. In Shifeng's previous life, there wasn't a single player in either greater god's domain who did not know about that battle. It was such a spectacle that it was even broadcast live in the real world for all humans to see. Shortly after the Eternal Realm appeared, the players of both greater god's domain already understood the value it held. Hence, both human and Holy Race players were adamant about controlling the entire Eternal Realm. Meanwhile, the places where the most wealth was gathered across the entire Eternal Realm were none other than the Eternal Realm's neutral cities. Hence, once the Eternal Realm's coordinates in the Void Sea were discovered, the powers of both greater gods' domain promptly started to capture the Eternal Realm's neutral cities, one after another. When all but Holy Ring City remained unoccupied, for the Holy Race's 10 royal powers decided to compete over the city, which led to a battle of epic proportions. The battle at the time was of a scale that had never been seen in the history of the human race's greater god's domain. At the time, even apex powers like the Seven Luminaries Alliance could only watch from the sidelines, powerless to interfere. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, none of the 4 royal powers managed to capture Holy Ring City. Instead, the Battle of the Four Royals had concluded with the defeat of all 4 royal powers, the outcome shocking everyone. Meanwhile, after the Battle of the Four Royals, whether it was the human powers or the Holy Race powers, everyone understood one thing: Holy Ring City's neutrality could not be threatened. This discovery instantly led to Holy Ring City's value skyrocketing by over 10,000-fold. Naturally, the value of Holy Ring City's 12 aristocratic positions also skyrocketed. Presently, although the value of the 12 aristocratic positions was nowhere near as high as it was in Shifeng's previous life, they were still vastly more valuable than any resurrection camp. After all, the sole purpose of resurrection camps was to provide players with a place to resurrect inside the world Arkansas. In contrast, the guild towns and cities situated on Holy Ring City's official fiefs came with all the standard features and more. Whether it was resurrection or accommodation, these were merely the basics of what they had to offer. What made them truly valuable was the right to facilitate trade between players and other cities. As these guild towns and cities were affiliated with Holy Ring City, a neutral city, the trades they could facilitate were not limited by race. For example, human players weren't restricted to trading with other human players only. Instead, they could trade with players of other races. It was also the case for city trades. These guild towns and cities weren't limited to trading with only human cities. Instead, they could also trade with Holy Race cities. In Shifeng's previous life, the 4 royal powers had gained control over 80% of Holy Ring City's fiefs after failing to capture Holy Ring City. Because of this, they established an absolute authority over neutral trades and generated wealth far beyond the imaginations of the 6 other royal powers. Only 1/5? Shifeng had mixed feelings as he looked at the tattered scroll in his possession. Honestly, he had never thought about getting his hands on a Ring City royal order before today. To be given a glimmer of hope now was truly an uncomfortable experience. It should be known that acquiring a complete Ring City royal order was mind-bogglingly difficult. It wasn't a challenge that could be accomplished by just one individual or a powerful team. The only reliable method to obtain Ring City royal orders he knew of could easily instill despair into any existing apex power. This was because this method required players to take over an entire foreign realm. It was also why, on the Holy Race's side, only royal powers had managed to acquire Holy Ring City's official fiefs. Currently, the Ring City Royal Order in his possession was only one of 5 fragments. To secure one of the 12 aristocratic positions, he would have to gather the remaining 4 fragments. However, every Ring City Royal Order and their fragments were unique. This meant that, even if players got their hands on multiple fragments, it was possible that they weren't fragments of the same royal order. Of course, the system would show some mercy to players who successfully obtained fragments of a Ring City Royal Order. So long as players managed to collect 1/5 of a royal order, they could complete the rest by paying Holy Ring City to start a foreign realm crusade. They wouldn't need to rely entirely on luck. Although Sherfong did not know from where in the World Ark's core area the Holy Guard managed to obtain this fragment, the fact that it made up 1/5 of a complete royal order meant that he already had the opportunity to obtain a complete royal order. However, Sherfong was also aware that while the current Zero Wing already had the strength to suppress the Holy Race's top combatants, it was a different story when it came to capturing an entire realm from the Holy Race. If Zero Wing were to go on such a crusade, it would have to go up against a realm that had existed for hundreds, if not thousands, or possibly even tens of thousands of years. Moreover, the Holy Race players operating in said realm would not be under any suppression or restrictions. Against such opponents, Zero Wing's current strength would be nothing but a joke. This was also why he did not reveal the Ring City Royal Order to Hidden Soul and the others right away. Wait, what if? Looking at the Ring City Royal Order, Sherfong suddenly thought of a possibility. What if I used the Origin Myth? The Origin Myth was the Origin Sanctuary's most prized possession, capable of forcibly modifying even divine artifacts. With the Ring City Royal Order being only a legendary item, there was no way the Origin Myth couldn't modify it. Thinking up to this point, Sherfong promptly moved the fragmented Ring City Royal Order into the Origin Myth's origin space. No matter what, he had to try and see if he could repair the legendary rank Ring City Royal Order. However, after putting in the Royal Order, Sherfong did not receive a response from the Origin Myth. It wasn't until 30 seconds had passed that a system notification echoed in his mind. System: Origin Space has detected the legendary Ring City Royal Order. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3675. Chapter 749, Building a Town. Chapter 3675. Chapter 749. Building a Town. Chapter 749. Building a Town, it works? Sherfong revealed a look of joy when he saw the system notification. If the Origin Space showed no reaction, it meant that the Ring City Royal Order couldn't be repaired. However, so long as the Origin Space showed a reaction, it meant that it was possible to make changes to the Royal Order. Subsequently, time passed by in silence as Sherfong patiently watched the progress bar above the Origin Space fill up. At the 3-minute mark, another system notification sounded in Sherfeng's mind. System: Origin Space has detected the Ring City Royal Order. Do you wish to repair it? System: Repairing the Ring City Royal Order will cost 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Do you wish to proceed? 50 million. Sherfong gasped when he saw the cost. It should be known that modifying the legendary rank Abyss Workshop certification only cost 6 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal previously. Yet the legendary rank Ring City Royal Order cost a whopping 50 million. This was already close to matching the cost of modifying a divine artifact. Meanwhile, an expenditure of 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal definitely wasn't something the current Zero Wing could afford. After deducting the 7 Luminaries crystals spent on strengthening the Silver Wing and covering the costs of the defensive siege, Zero Wing only had a little over 7 million units remaining. Zero Wing would need a considerable amount of time to make up the difference. Not to mention, the various powers in the current Eternal Realm were fervently nurturing Tier 6 players, and Zero Wing was no exception. This, in turn, would make it even more difficult for Zero Wing to save up 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Contact Fry and Garrett for me, Soul. After pondering for a moment, Sherfong took a deep breath and issued a command to Hidden Soul. Ask them if they can come up with a total of 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Tell them that Zero Wing intends to conduct a big transaction with them. 50 million? Hidden Soul couldn't help but look at Sherfong in surprise and confusion. What are you planning, guild leader? A sum of 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal was enough to let 500 Tier 5 experts challenge their Tier 6 promotion. Not even Apex powers could come up with such a large sum on short notice. Aside from Hidden Soul, Phoenix Rain and the others in the tent also couldn't help but look at Sherfong in astonishment. Even if they sold their home god's domain, they doubted they could come up with such a large sum of 7 Luminaries crystals. Just contact them for me for now. I will tell you all about it later, Sherfong said, not bothering to explain himself. There was no need to question whether it would be worth spending 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal to repair the Ring City Royal Order. It was worth it. It was absolutely worth it. When operating the World Ark's resurrection camps, players could only charge eternal coins for the services they offered. However, in the towns and cities built on Holy Ring City's 12 fiefs, players could set the currency they charged for services such as auction houses, shops, and private houses. In other words, players could change their collected currency into 7 Luminaries crystals. In his previous life, the 4 royal powers that occupied over 80% of the official fiefs made it mandatory to use holy power crystals, a strategic resource for the holy race, when doing business at their auction houses. This, in turn, meant that holy race players wishing to purchase items from human players had to use holy power crystals to pay the auction houses' processing fees. Because of this, the 4 royal powers made a huge fortune, raking in millions of units of holy power crystals every day. Meanwhile, all the various powers could do was watch on enviously. Now that Sherfong had the opportunity to get his hands on a complete Ring City Royal Order, he'd be willing to pay even 500 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal if it meant he could secure it, let alone 50 million units. After Sherfong waited for about 15 minutes, Hidden Soul returned to the tent with Fry and Garrett in tow. We're here, Guild Leader Black Flame. What is this business proposition that you have for us? Garrett asked as he looked at Sherfong, curiously. 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal is no small amount. Even if Azure Fong and the Red Dragon Nation work together, we'd have to empty our pockets to come up with such a sum. Could Zero Wing be planning to sell some of its shares over the resurrection camp? Fry asked as she scrutinized Sherfong. 7 Luminaries crystals were of utmost importance to the various powers in the current Eternal Realm. They would not trade them away unless absolutely necessary. After all, there was no power that did not want more Tier 6 players under their command. Only by having more Tier 6 players could they explore the Eternal Realm more effectively. Although the Eternal Realm was relatively abundant in 7 Luminaries crystals, their demand was still vastly greater. As a result, the various powers still had to import most of their 7 Luminaries crystals from outside the Eternal Realm, incurring a steep cost in the process. Unless Zero Wing could offer something that could tempt their respective guilds, even if the two of them were willing to do Zero Wing a favor, the executives of their respective guilds were unlikely to play ball. Meanwhile, out of everything Fry could think of, the only thing of value Zero Wing could offer was its shares of the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. The battle against the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard had proven the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp's defenses to be impregnable. Because of this, players were coming in droves to register at the Resurrection Camp, causing the camp's income to increase several times. At this time, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to call the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp the most lucrative location in the human race's territory. Most importantly, this wasn't even the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp's limit, as the number of players registering at the camp was still increasing steadily. Hence, if Zero Wing were to offer up some of its shares over the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp, the executives of Azure Fong and the Red Dragon Nation definitely wouldn't mind paying huge sums of 7 luminaries crystals for them. No. Shi Feng shook his head. No. Garrett grew even more curious when he saw Shi Feng shaking his head. Could it be those combat puppets, then? It would be interesting if that's the case, Fry said, feeling a little excited. If there was anything else Zero Wing had that was of value to Azure Fong and the Red Dragon Nation, it would have to be the Silver Wing flying ship and God Slayer combat puppets. However, not even for a moment did Fry think that Zero Wing might sell the Silver Wing flying ship. After all, even outside the Eternal Realm, the flying ship was a priceless treasure, let alone in the Eternal Realm. This left only the God Slayer combat puppets. Although nowhere near as valuable as the Silver Wing, the combat power they possessed could still be considered extraordinary in the current Eternal Realm. If the Red Dragon Nation could get its hands on a batch of God Slayer combat puppets, its exploration of the world arc could be improved greatly. It would no longer have to worry about lacking Tier 6 players. That's not it, either, Shi Feng said, chuckling. We give up, Guild Leader Black Flame. Just tell us what you're trying to sell us, Fry said, feeling a little confused. If it's not too much of a problem, we can probably convince our guild's other executives to agree to this matter. Garrett nodded in agreement with Frey's words. They regarded their partnership with Zero Wing highly. So long as Shi Feng wasn't making them incur a major loss, they wouldn't mind giving him 50 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. A town! Shi Feng declared with a smile. Zero Wing intends to construct a town in the World Arc's core area. Are you too willing to spend 25 million units of 7 luminaries crystal each to permanently purchase 1 large shop and 1 large land there? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3676. Chapter 750. 2-star count. Chapter 3676. Chapter 750. 2-star count. Chapter 750. 2-star count real estate for a town in the World Arc's core area. You're not joking with us, are you, Guild Leader Black Flame? When Fry and Garrett heard Shi Feng's words, they looked at him with bloodshot eyes and bated breaths. Their voices also trembled as they spoke, neither daring to believe the validity of Shi Feng's words. The World Arc was the only high-level world mode regional dungeon activated in the Eternal Realm. Because of this, even the competition in the World Arc's inner area was already incredibly intense. As evidence, as soon as their 3 guilds had proven themselves capable of defending the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp, numerous powers had come forth, offering to pay astronomical prices just to secure some resurrection slots. Meanwhile, this situation was already enough to make them wonder if they were in a dream. As for occupying a guild town in the World Arc's core area, even if they were only limited to occupying a shop and a plot of land in said town, it was not something they would dare to dream of accomplishing. In fact, not even the various apex powers would dare think of accomplishing such a thing in the current Eternal Realm. It should be known that currently, even the human race's various apex powers were having great difficulty surviving and exploring the World Arc's core area. As for the human race's other powers, the core area was a forbidden land that was absolutely off-limits for them. However, if one could secure a place to rest in the World Arc's core area, one would gain unimaginable advantages when exploring it. At this time, Fry and Garrett weren't the only ones shocked by Shi Feng's words. Hidden Soul and the other Zero Wing executives present in the tent were similarly dumbfounded. They might have reacted with even greater excitement if not for Fry and Garrett's presence. After all, The advantages Zero Wing could gain from having a guild town in the World Arc were leagues above what it could gain from a resurrection camp. Firstly, Zero Wing could construct a guild residence in the guild town. This, in turn, meant that Zero Wing's members could teleport directly to the World Arc's core area using guild transfer scrolls. Secondly, guild members could get proper rest in the World Arc and trade various resources with each other in a relatively safe environment. With these two advantages alone, Zero Wing could easily triumph over the various powers in the World Arkansas. I'm not joking. If you two don't believe me, we can establish a God's domain contract for this transaction, Sherfong said, chuckling when he saw Fry and Garrett's excited response. What do you think? Are you two willing to carry out this transaction? I accept on the Red Dragon Nation's behalf, Fry answered without hesitation, behaving like she was afraid Sherfong would go back on his word. Immediately afterward, she contacted the Red Dragon Nation's other executives to start gathering 7 Luminaries crystals. Azure Fong is also in. Although Garrett answered a second later than Fry, his speed in contacting Azure Fong's other executives was not at all slower than Frey's. Give me half a day, and I'll get you your 25 million units. Guild leader Black Flame. Meanwhile, after Fry and Garrett agreed to Sherfeng's business proposal on behalf of their respective guilds, they quickly signed a God's domain contract over the transaction. The contract required Azure Fong and the Red Dragon Nation to provide 25 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal to Zero Wing each. In return, once Zero Wing finished constructing its guild town in the World Arc's core area, they would each gain permanent ownership over a large shop and a large land in the guild town. Aren't we acting a little too hastily, guild leader? After seeing Fry and Garrett leave the tent, Hidden Soul worriedly said to Sherfong, although the two of them are unlikely to expose this matter, we can't say the same for their guild's executives. Phoenix Rain and Gentle Snow, Zero Wing's other vice guild leaders, nodded in agreement. They similarly felt that Sherfeng's behavior this time was incredibly risky. The World Arc was currently the primary target of contention for the Holy Race's royal powers and the human race's apex powers. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had only recently defeated the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard and stabilized its foothold in the World Arc's inner area. If Zero Wing tried to occupy a large number of advantages in the core area right away, even the human race's various powers wouldn't tolerate it, let alone the Holy Race's various powers. After all, the advantages a guild town could provide were simply massive. It simply wasn't something that a resurrection camp could compete against. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. This was a simple principle that occurred almost constantly in God's domain. If Zero Wing's only opponent was the Sun Dynasty, it could still more or less survive. However, if Zero Wing had to go up against a bunch of apex powers and royal powers, the only outcome awaiting it would be death. Ultimately, Zero Wing could only surrender its guild town to the various apex and royal powers. Don't worry, nobody can take away Zero Wing's possessions, Sherfong said, chuckling. He did not bother to explain his decision. If Zero Wing's guild town was constructed in any other location, he would have indeed had to worry about defending it. However, he would have no such concern if he constructed it on one of Holy Ring City's 12 official fiefs. In God's domain, the main god system would usually grant newly constructed guild towns a 1-month buffer period. If the town was attacked during this buffer period, the NPC power the town was affiliated with would step forward to protect it. In other words, if anyone were to attack a guild town constructed on one of the 12 official fiefs, they would have to prepare themselves to face the wrath of Holy Ring City. It should be known that Holy Ring City was the sole neutral city that retained its status of neutrality in the Eternal Realm during Sherfeng's previous life. Not even the might of 4 royal powers could threaten it back then, let alone now. Meanwhile, a month was enough for Zero Wing to amass a fortune through its town. Paired with its medium world fragment and the players from Sherfeng's home god's domain, Zero Wing could mass-produce level 210+, Tier 6 experts. At that time, it'd be the various powers who'd have to be afraid of Zero Wing, not the other way around. Half a day later, Fry and Garrett personally delivered 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal to Sherfong, neither of them letting others interfere throughout the process. Evidently, they knew it would be in their best interest to let as few people as possible know about this transaction. Meanwhile, after Sherfong saw the two off, he returned to his advanced tent and used the origin myth to repair the Ring City Royal Order without hesitation. As soon as Sherfong injected the 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal into the origin space, the tattered scroll in the origin space started to recover at a visible rate. In only a minute, a brand new scroll made of sheepskin appeared before Sherfong. 4th Ring City Royal Order, Inferior Divine Artifact Rank Item. One of the 12 title certificates conferred by the First City Lord of Holy Ring City. The owner of this certificate will be granted the title of a 2-star count and the Shattering Basin as their fief. As long as the holder of the certificate is in the World Arc, they can teleport to any location in the connected fief at any time. Additionally, the holder of the certificate has the privilege of constructing 1 guild town on their fief at no cost. A 2-star count? Sherfong was momentarily stunned when he saw the description of the Ring City Royal Order. There were 12 Ring City Royal Orders, each granting a different starting rank. Among them, 6 granted players the Viscount rank, 4 granted the Count rank, and 2 granted the Duke rank. These 3 major ranks could further split into multiple minor ranks. In the case of Counts, they could be split into 3 minor ranks, starting from the 1-star status and ending at the 3-star status. Of the 4 royal orders that granted a starting rank of Count, 1 started players as a 3-star Count, 1 started as a 2-star Count, and the remaining 2 started as a 1-star Count. After gaining an aristocratic position, players could raise their ranks by completing Holy Ring City's quests. Meanwhile, the higher a player's rank, the greater the authority they could wield in Holy Ring City. The differences would start to become especially apparent starting from the Count rank. For example, although a 2-star Count was only 1 minor rank above 1-star Counts, they gained the privilege of constructing an advanced town directly on their fief. They wouldn't need to start from a basic town like 1-star Counts. Meanwhile, an advanced town was not only 4 times larger than a basic town, but it also had the privilege of trading with 1 neutral city. In his previous life, several Apex powers had to work together just to acquire a 2-star Viscount rank. Then they had to go through even more effort to develop it into a 2-star Count so that they could upgrade their basic town into an advanced town. Yet, in this life, he got to start as a 2-star Count directly. System: do you wish to construct an advanced town on your fief immediately? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3677, Chapter 751 Mythical Era City, Chapter 3677, Chapter 751, Mythical Era City, Chapter 751. Mythical Era City. Did something happen, Guild Leader? Hidden Soul asked anxiously when she noticed Sherfong looking dazed. Now that Zero Wing had already formalized its new partnership with Azure Fong and the Red Dragon Nation, it wouldn't be long before the various powers learned of Zero Wing's intent to construct a city in the World Arc's core area. If a problem were to crop up at this juncture, it would be terrible news for Zero Wing. Don't worry, it's something good, Sherfong said after choosing to proceed with the advanced town's construction. Then he commanded, bring over all the earnings we made from the resurrection camp. Actually, no. Bring me as much money as you can get your hands on. I have a great use for it. When the several Apex powers successfully upgraded their basic town into an advanced town, it instantly became the target of envy for the various human powers. Even Sherfong couldn't help but covet it. Originally, Sherfong thought he'd be fortunate to start as a 2-star or 3-star Viscount. If that were the case, it'd be a long while before Zero Wing could have an advanced town in the world Arkansas. After all, raising one's aristocratic rank in Holy Ring City was no easy task. However, now that Zero Wing could construct an advanced town directly, he'd have to change up his plans a little. It should be known that upon reaching the advanced rank, guild towns operating under Holy Ring City would remain exceptional entities even until the Eternal Realm's middle stages. This was due to their gaining access to an advanced feature, namely the ability to establish a teleportation trade route with one other neutral city outside of Holy Ring City in the Eternal Realm. Indeed, every advanced town operating under Holy Ring City could let players teleport to one pre-designated neutral city located in the Eternal Realm, saving them a lot of time and the need to carry the risks of traveling across great distances. Human players could even trade with Holy Race players, depending on the neutral city's location. Of course, this feature wasn't without its flaws. In addition to being a one-way teleportation, the teleportation itself costs a hefty sum. In Shifeng's previous life, the advanced town operated by the several Apex powers charged each player 100 units of 7 Luminaries crystal to teleport to the neutral city it was connected with. Even outside the Eternal Realm, this costly fee could make many Tier 6 experts wince in pain, let alone in the Eternal Realm during its early and middle stages. Even so, many independent players and experts from the various powers were willing to pay this costly teleportation fee in his previous life. This was because there were very few neutral cities that players could actually enter during the Eternal Realm's early and middle stages. Aside from being far from civilization, they also had stringent entry conditions. They weren't places where players could enter whenever they wanted. In comparison, the price of 100 units of 7 Luminaries crystal could be considered dirt cheap. With the current Eternal Realm still in its early stages, there should be very few players capable of entering neutral cities. Meanwhile, with the value of neutral cities, having the ability to teleport to one was akin to gaining access to a gold mine. So long as Zero Wing had enough money, it could purchase all kinds of real estate in bulk. Although almost all of these neutral cities would become unsafe once the Eternal Realm entered its later stages, by the time that period arrived, Zero Wing would have made far more money than it had invested. Not to mention, every neutral city had its own unique resources. There is 234,431 eternal gold inside. Guild leader, Hidden Soul reported as she handed a spatial bag containing eternal gold coins to Shifeng. Aside from the 42,135 eternal gold the camp made today, 55,412 eternal gold came from the camp's operations before today, and 136,704 eternal gold came from our recent operations in the Crystal City. If you still need more, Snow should be able to secure another 30 or 40,000 eternal gold by today if she sells some of the warehouse's common and combat secret treasures. Leave the secret treasures in the warehouse. Save them for the new members we recruit. This much money should be enough for now, Shifeng said as he put the eternal coins away. Then, after managing his affairs in the resurrection camp, he promptly used the Ring City Royal Order to teleport to the Shadowing Basin. World Arc Core Area, Shadowing Basin. On a vast plain shrouded in darkness stood a town enveloped in a magic barrier. While walking slowly toward the teleportation hall situated in the center of the town, Shifeng quietly admired the buildings inside the isolated town. System. Construction of Shadowing Town is completed. The town will be open to NPCs in 1 natural day. The town will be fully open to players in 2 natural days. System. As Shadowing Town is newly constructed, it will receive Holy Ring City's protection for 30 natural days. You are advised to refine the town's defenses during this period. System. As an advanced town, Shadowing Town may open a one-way teleportation channel to one neutral city in the Eternal Realm. Do you wish to enable this feature? Activate it. Shifeng decided without hesitation. System. Please select one neutral city in the Eternal Realm. You cannot change your choice once you have decided. In addition, depending on the distance of the selected neutral city, the eternal coins required to construct the teleportation channel and the 7 luminaries crystals consumed for the teleportation will differ. Immediately, a list of over 100 neutral cities appeared before Sherfong, each with its own teleportation channel construction cost and teleportation fee. Of these neutral cities, the closest one to Shattering Town cost 1,000 eternal gold to connect with a teleportation channel and 1 unit of 7 luminaries crystal per player to teleport. Meanwhile, the farthest one cost 200,000 eternal gold to connect and 200 units of 7 luminaries crystal per player to teleport. Those vampires, their teleportation cost was only 5 units. Yet they charged 100 units per player. When Sherfong saw the teleportation cost for the neutral city, which the several Apex powers had connected their advanced town with in his previous life, he couldn't help but curse at them. The early and middle stages were the most advantageous periods for players to develop within the Eternal Realm. If the several Apex powers had not been so greedy, the human race's various powers could have had a much easier time resisting the holy race's various powers. This, in turn, could have prevented the holy race's invasion from progressing all the way to the 12 sanctuaries, thus safeguarding the 12 sanctuary survival and preserving the continued growth of human players. While Sherfong was pondering which neutral city he should connect Shattering Town with, a striking name suddenly entered his sight: Luminous Sky City. It was regarded as one of the Eternal Realm's 5 great neutral cities in Sherfang's previous life. It was also an ancient city that had existed since the mythical era, although it ultimately fell under the control of a royal power. With the exception of Holy Ring City, it was the latest neutral city to be conquered. In addition, it was one of the few neutral cities situated in the middle of the Forbidden Zone. Luminous Sky City teleportation channel construction cost 60,000 eternal gold coins teleportation cost 60 units of 7 luminaries crystal per person. It's not too expensive. After pondering for a moment, Sherfong gritted his teeth and chose to connect Shattering Town with Luminous Sky City. For a human power like Zero Wing, it would normally be best to have teleportation access to a neutral city on the Western continent. That way, Zero Wing could have an easier time developing on the Western continent. More players would also be willing to head to the Forbidden Zone's Western continent. However, considering he had a city building order for the Western continent, Sherfong felt it unnecessary to connect Shattering Town with a neutral city there. Rather than that, it would be more beneficial to have teleportation access to Luminous Sky City, which would eventually become a gathering place for players of the human race and the holy race and one of the 10 most populated cities in the Eternal Realm. Such an advantage would significantly help Zero Wing, especially during the Eternal Realm's early stages. In his previous life, once the coordinates of the Eternal Realm were discovered, various pseudo-Apex and Apex powers had chosen to consolidate their strength and focus their development on the Eternal Continent. Consequently, other players who had entered the Eternal Realm during that time chose to scatter across the rest of the realm. This, in turn, led to the rise of many human powers outside the Eternal Continent. Some of these human powers even managed to grow to a point where they could exchange blows with the royal powers of the Holy Race. Back then, Zero Wing had missed the right timing to extend its development into the Eternal Realm, so Sherfong naturally couldn't let this mistake happen again. System: construction of the teleportation channel is completed. Going by the timing of the Eternal Realm's appearance, neither race should have many players operating in Luminous Sky City right now. I can use this opportunity to secure some of the city's prime real estate. Upon seeing the completion of the construction of the teleportation channel, Sherfong registered Shattering Town's coordinates into the Abyss Workshop certification before stepping into the teleportation array and disappearing from the town. TL notes: 1. Forbidden Zone. This is a general term that covers all locations outside the Eternal Continent, e.g. the Western Continent, the Southern Continent, and everything in between. If you find any errors, ads pop up, Ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3678. Chapter 752, Small Silver Battle Array. Chapter 3678. Chapter 752, Small Silver Battle Array. Chapter 752. Small silver battle array off the coast of the Eternal Continent, Luminous Sky City. As Sherfong walked out of the teleportation hall, which was 1,000 meters tall, a large section of the city's landscape came into view. Luminous Sky City was built atop the ocean, resembling a giant moving island. Despite being a neutral city, its player and NPC populations were superior to even the Crystal City of Secrets. How are there so many players here already? Sherfong couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw over 10,000 players resting and walking about on the street in front of the teleportation hall. The area surrounding Luminous Sky City were filled with sea monsters at level 180 or above. Some of these monsters could rival land-based Tier 6 divine monsters, and some were even level 180 plus, Tier 6 archaic species. Moving farther away from the city, some surrounding maps even housed level 190 plus monsters. For the current Eternal Realms players, who only averaged at level 170, even venturing into this region was a challenge, let alone surviving in it. Meanwhile, upon closer inspection, Sherfong discovered that the players loitering outside the teleportation hall averaged at level 185, with the highest level player he saw being at level 190. Over 5% of these players had also reached Tier 6 already. In addition, most of these players did not have a guild emblem equipped, indicating they were independent players. However, despite their high levels, Sherfong discovered that the equipment standard of these independent players was much inferior compared to the Eternal Continent's guild players. Yet, despite the various powers of the human race and the holy race having yet to set foot into Luminous Sky City, so many independent players had arrived already. This situation truly surprised and confused Sherfong. As Sherfong walked down the street, the players loitering on the street side did not pay him any particular attention. They simply took his arrival as normal and continued doing what they had been doing. 20-man grinding team for star-devouring whale tribes. We're missing 2 Tier 6 healers. Must be at level 185 and equipped with a level 200 dark gold equipment set at the very least. Recruiting for an independent trade escort quest. We're still missing 3 level 180 plus experts. We'll take anyone fully equipped with level 200 dark gold equipment. Tier 6 players get priority. Quite a few players were recruiting for team members outside the teleportation hall. Moreover, none of these players seemed to care about the race of the players they recruited. Human players were open to recruiting holy race players, while holy race players were open to recruiting human players. Most importantly, everyone around them thought nothing of this situation. They behaved like this was a completely normal thing. If the Eternal Continent's players or the Western Continent's players were to come here, they would definitely be given a fright. This wasn't just because these players didn't mind teaming up with an enemy race. It was also because of the low equipment requirements they stated. It didn't look like these players were preparing to fight against powerful high-level monsters at all. Instead, it looked like they were prepared to head to a low-level map to stomp on weaklings. Yet, to Sherfeng's utter confusion, he saw these teams heading for Luminous Sky City's entrance as soon as they recruited enough members for their teams. Did I come to the wrong place? Sherfong couldn't help but knit his brows as he watched the teams exiting the city. If he hadn't had prior knowledge regarding Luminous Sky City's situation, he would have simply regarded this bizarre situation as normal. However, the problem was that his understanding of Luminous Sky City was no less than his knowledge of the Crystal City of Secrets. After all, Luminous Sky City was one of the Eternal Realms' 5 great neutral cities in his previous life. It was difficult for any player to not know anything about it. Meanwhile, it should be known that star-devouring whales were bona fide archaic species. Their bloodline might be inferior to dragons, but Tier 5 star-devouring whales would have no trouble contending with the average Tier 6 monster. They also usually moved in groups of dozens or over 100. In addition, if a star-devouring whale reached Tier 6, it would even become a regional boss. If the 20-man teams he saw could challenge the star-devouring whales in groups of equal size, they should have no trouble achieving victory. However, if they were to challenge an average-sized tribe of star-devouring whales, there was a very high likelihood they would suffer a team wipe. Not to mention, if their battle lasted too long, the commotion they caused could very well attract other sea monsters wandering nearby. If these 20-man teams were composed of players equipped with top-tier equipment, Shifeng wouldn't be so surprised by their boldness. However, the equipment standard of these players could only be considered average. If they were to rely on such ordinary equipment to grind star-devouring whales, their efficiency would be terrible, and they'd be much better off grinding weaker monsters. After walking down several streets, Shifeng also noticed that the players inhabiting Luminous Sky City had astonishingly high combat standards. Even in the Crystal City of Secrets, 5th floor experts only made up a tiny fraction of the city's player population. Take Zero Wing, for example. Despite having over 100,000 members operating in the Crystal City, less than 300 of these members were 5th floor experts. As for pseudo 5th floor experts, they numbered even fewer than actual 5th floor experts. Yet, whether it was the human players or Holy Race players inhabiting Luminous Sky City, roughly 1% of them were pseudo 5th floor experts. This was a considerably high percentage, and it could already match the ratio of the various pseudo-Apex Powers elite legions. Upon arriving at Luminous Sky City's main street, Shifeng decided to inquire some players about the city's current situation. However, before he could begin his inquiries, he discovered numerous players had set up stalls along the street. It would not be an exaggeration to say that player stalls lined the sides of the main street from beginning to end. Moreover, these stalls offered items of considerable quality, with legendary materials forming the majority of the goods on display. Even battle arrays, which were seldom sold on the market, were being offered by these street vendors. Most surprisingly, Shifeng found that some adventure teams were actually selling small battle array scrolls, small advanced bronze battle array scrolls, small silver battle array scrolls. These small battle array scrolls were one-time consumables, and they could be activated by 20 players when 20 of them were gathered. Meanwhile, when activated, they would strengthen players' basic attributes and allow them to share their 5 senses, and these effects could last for 12 hours. If a team of Tier 5 players were to use a complete, small silver battle array, each team member would be strong enough to fight against Tier 6 players in a one-on-one battle. In a group fight, the Tier 5 players would even have an edge in perception due to their shared senses. So that's why so many players dare to leave the city. Realization dawned upon Shifeng as he beheld these small battle array scrolls. With the aid of a small silver battle array, even Tier 5 players with less than optimal equipment could bridge the gap in basic attributes and tiers between themselves and the formidable sea monsters wandering outside Luminous Sky City. Intrigued by this situation, Shifeng decided to approach one of the stalls selling small silver battle arrays. At this time, hundreds of players were browsing around the stall, each at level 185 or above. Quite a few of them were also Tier 6 experts. Normally, a small silver battle array scroll could fetch 6 to 8 eternal gold on the Eternal Continent, with demand consistently exceeding supply. However, the stall Shifeng visited sold these scrolls at a bargain, each costing only 1 eternal gold. Meanwhile, the stall in question was operated by 3 players, all being young women with remarkable appearances. Moreover, Shifeng couldn't help but be shocked when he got a better look at 2 of these beauties. This was because the 2 women in question were Aqua Rose and the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's 7 Melody. Unlike the last time they met, Aqua Rose and 7 Melody had already advanced to Tier 6. They had also reached level 187, which could be considered super first-rate on the Eternal Continent. As for the third woman, she was a swordsman carrying 4 long swords on her back, and her level was even higher than Aqua Rose and Seven Melody, being at level 189. This could be considered first-rate, even in Luminous Sky City. Why is she here? Sher Feng couldn't help but be surprised once again when he recognized the female swordsman. Myriad Swords, Frost Raven. She was the commander of the Sky Dragon Knight Order and the only player to own 4 divine swords in the Greater God's domain. In Sher Feng's previous life, she was also one of the only 2 10 great sword gods to enter the Divine Glory List's top 10 during the war between the 2 races. While Sher Feng was wondering why Frost Raven was developing in Luminous Sky City, a group of players suddenly approached the trio's stall and surrounded it. Demon's Gate is doing business here. Irrelevant bystanders get lost. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3679. Chapter 753. Turmoil in the Southern Region. Chapter 3679. Chapter 753. Turmoil in the Southern Region. Chapter 753. Turmoil in the Southern Region. Following the sudden loud shout, silence enveloped the entire main street. At the same time, the many players on the street, whether they were human or holy race players, quickly scattered. Even the players thinking of purchasing small silver battle array scrolls at the encircled stall took the initiative to back away. What's Demon's Gate trying to do now? These Demon's Gate bastards, after constantly locking down maps, are they now looking to steal things as well? I doubt that. Small silver battle array scrolls aren't any sort of valuable treasure. Many sea monsters have a chance of dropping them. Tier 6 sea monsters are even guaranteed to drop them. Not to mention, it doesn't look like they are interested in those scrolls whatsoever. Are they interested in those 3 beauties then? If that's the case, those 3 are in trouble. Demon's Gate is filled with a bunch of PvP maniacs. When the bystanders on the street saw Demon's Gate's 20-man team surrounding the stall operated by Frost Raven, Seven Melody, and Aqua Rose, they couldn't help but express their anger toward Demon's Gate. They also couldn't help but sympathize with the trio. However, despite their feelings over the situation, the bystanders only dared to voice their opinions in hushed discussions. Even though Demon's Gate's team consisted of only 20 players, far fewer than the several hundred bystanders present, nobody actually dared to speak loudly or normally. In fact, not even the Tier 6 bystanders, who similarly outnumbered Demon's Gate's team, dared to voice their opinions. This was because they were aware of one thing. Should they dare to provoke Demon's Gate, they could abandon all thoughts of surviving in the Eternal Realm's southern region in the future. In fact, they would be fortunate if they managed to escape with just being cornered out of the southern region or killed back to level 0. What was more likely to happen was having soul annihilation bestowed upon them. After all, this fate had already befallen many of the teams that had dared to provoke Demon's Gate previously. Currently, although many guilds of various sizes were operating in the sea south of the Eternal Continent, virtually all of them had already submitted themselves to either Demon's Gate or the royal power operating in this region. As for those who refused to submit, they had already been dealt with by both parties. Hence, Demon's Gate was essentially the ruler of the southern region, and only the holy race's royal power could afford to cross it. Meanwhile, after the Demon's Gate members surrounded the stall, a young man who was clad in a black and white leather jacket and carrying a scythe on his back approached the stall. With his stark white hair and slitted pupils, he exuded an aura of menace that sent chills down the spines of all bystanders. White Ghost! Why is the death scythe here? Many of the experts present shuddered violently when they saw the menacing young man. Of Demon's Gate's younger generation, there existed the 3 great chosen ones and 6 great paragons, and Demon's Gate deemed every one of them capable of becoming powerhouses in the future. Among them, White Ghost the Death Scythe was one of the 6 great paragons. Originally, Demon's Gate had sent White Ghost to the southern region to have him refine himself by clashing against the experts of the royal power. However, due to his vicious nature, White Ghost did far more than just hone himself using the Holy Race's experts. In addition to eliminating every Holy Race expert he encountered, he also killed any human player who dared to voice an opinion regarding Demon's Gate's conduct. No less than 1,000 fifth-floor experts in the southern region have perished at White Ghost's hands to date. He had also slain several of the royal power's Transcendent List reserve candidates, earning him a place on the Holy Race's Transcendent List. Just recently, he had even eliminated a taboo-level existence from the Scarlet Merchant Alliance. At this juncture, it would be an understatement to label him a monster cloaked in human skin. Meanwhile, under everyone's gaze, White Ghost slowly made his way up to Frost Raven, Seven Melody, and Aqua Rose. "You have two choices, Aqua," White Ghost said to Aqua Rose, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Either you relinquish that item to us now, or none of you three will ever leave Luminous Sky City alive." After a slight pause, White Ghost turned to look at Frost Raven and continued, "The Vice Guild leader has already given the word. Should you surrender the item, not only will you get to join Demon's Gate, but Miss Raven here will also get to become a core member of ours." Despite White Ghost's seemingly friendly invitation, everyone present could sense the unquestionable authority in his words. Even the onlooking Tier 6 experts couldn't help but shudder at the oppressive atmosphere he created. However, despite the threatening invitation, many onlooking players couldn't help but grow envious of Aqua Rose and Frost Raven. It should be known that Demon's Gate was a bona fide apex power. Apart from those nurtured internally, anyone else who wished to join Demon's Gate would first have to meet its incredibly high entry requirements. As for the privilege of becoming a core member of Demon's Gate, it was normally something that members could only earn after slaughtering countless lives. Very rarely would Demon's Gate invite a player to become a core member. However, as long as one successfully became a core member of Demon's Gate, one would enjoy an exalted position. Even the members of the royal power operating in the southern region would hesitate to kill a core member of Demon's Gate. The reason for this was that Demon's Gate was made up of a bunch of lunatics. Anyone who dared to kill a core member of Demon's Gate would face unrelenting retaliation from the apex power. Of course, this did not imply that the royal power operating in the southern region was weaker than Demon's Gate. On the contrary, the royal power in question could easily wipe the floor with Demon's Gate in a direct confrontation. The problem was that Demon's Gate's members operated like assassins, employing all sorts of covert tactics to catch their opponents off guard. They would never offer their opponents a fair fight. While everyone thought Aqua Rose would accept White Ghost's offer, Frost Raven, looking like the trio's leader, suddenly spoke up in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant, saying, "Allow us to refuse Demon's Gate's offer. If that is all you are here for, please take your leave and don't disturb our business." Aqua Rose nodded in agreement. However, as Frost Raven's voice faded, a frigid atmosphere descended upon the street. An oppressive killing intent also swept across a radius of 1,000 yards, paralyzing many of the Tier 5 experts present. "Are you rejecting Demon's Gate's goodwill?" White Ghost asked. Although he kept his faint smile, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Do you know the consequences of rejecting Demon's Gate's goodwill?" As soon as White Ghost spoke, the Demon's Gate members behind him took a step forward, bearing their menacing looks and killing intent at Frost Raven's group. So long as Frost Raven's group dared to utter another word of refusal, or if White Ghost gave the word, they would immediately move to eliminate the 3 women. Are those 3 stupid? How dare they refuse Demon's Gate? Have they grown tired of living in God's domain? Now that the Death Scythe has already approached them in person, do they really think Demon's Gate wouldn't dare to attack them inside the city? Many bystanders couldn't help but look at Frost Raven, Aqua Rose, and Seven Melody in disbelief. They never thought there would exist someone in the southern region who would dare to refuse Demon's Gate's conditions. It should be known that Demon's Gate would not hesitate to kill even the chosen ones of the Holy Race's royal powers. Moreover, even after being slighted in such a manner, the royal powers could do nothing about it. If Demon's Gate decided to target a group of independent players, the difficulty of the task would be easier than child's play. At this time, Frost Raven, Aqua Rose, and Seven Melody also started to feel a little pressure. They did not doubt whether White Ghost's team would dare to attack them in Luminous Sky City if they rejected Demon's Gate's offer again. Moreover, with the prowess of Demon's Gate's members, if these lunatics threw caution to the wind, there was a high chance the three of them might not survive until the surrounding NPC guards came to their rescue. The situation would be even worse if White Ghost joined the fight. While Frost Raven, Seven Melody, and Aqua Rose were thinking about how they could get out of this predicament, a deep voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Has Demon's Gate never heard of first come, first served? Can you let me finish my shopping before you start fighting? As the words spoken by this voice echoed across the street, the originally heavy atmosphere lightened up significantly. Then, everyone present couldn't help but turn their attention toward the source of the voice, all wanting to see who was the fool who dared to stir trouble during this serious moment. At this time, a cloaked man carrying two long swords around his waist could be seen walking up to the trio's stall. The man approached the stall with a casual expression, behaving as if Demon's Gate's members did not exist. Guild Leader Black Flame? TL notes: 1 Southern region. This is not referring to the southern continent. Also, as a refresh, Eternal Continent equals Northern Continent equals Human Races Continent, Western Continent equals Holy Races Continent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3680, Chapter 754, Demon's Gate. Chapter 3680, Chapter 754. Demon's Gate, Chapter 754. Demon's Gate, Aqua Rose, and Seven Melody were momentarily stunned when they saw the cloaked swordsman approaching their stall. They never thought the person who dared to speak out against Demon's Gate would actually be Sherfong, the person they had encountered at the Golden Spire. Meanwhile, White Ghost furrowed his brow as he cast a chilling glare at Sherfong. Although White Ghost did not speak up, almost everyone present could also sense his surging anger as the atmosphere that had briefly relaxed became incredibly tense once more. Meanwhile, upon sensing White Ghost's anger, the surrounding players quickly distanced themselves from him, afraid they would get dragged into the ensuing crossfire. That guy must be crazy to stand out in this situation. Is he really going to challenge Demon's Gate's prestige? The surrounding bystanders felt their hearts rising up their throats as they looked at Sherfong. They also had no doubts that Sherfong would become a corpse in just a moment. Kid, it seems you have a lot of courage, huh? Daring to interfere in Demon's Gate's matters, White Ghost said coldly as he looked at Sherfong. Is this your first day in Luminous Sky City? It was common knowledge in the southern region that Demon's Gate was the region's ruler. Not even the Holy Race's various powers would dare to oppose it here. Yet, someone was now openly challenging this established fact. This was a brazen act of provocation against Demon's Gate's reputation. It had already been a long while since he had encountered such a situation after his arrival in the Eternal Realm. However, he did not mind letting everyone in the southern region learn of Demon's Gate's horrors once more. As soon as White Ghost finished speaking, several of the Tier 6 experts around him promptly encircled Sherfong, cutting off all his paths of retreat. Meanwhile, when Aqua Rose and Seven Melody saw this development, they couldn't help but grow concerned. They felt that Sherfong was playing with fire by provoking Demon's Gate right now. Although Luminous Sky City had NPC guards patrolling all its streets, players weren't guaranteed absolute safety. If Demon's Gate was determined to take action, even Frostraven, the strongest of their trio, might not escape unscathed. Demon's Gate was an apex power. Because of this, all of its experts capable of advancing to Tier 6 at this stage of the Eternal Realm would be fully equipped with legendary equipment and have learned mana purification techniques. In terms of overall strength, they could rival Tier 6 gods of the same level, and even the chosen ones of pseudo-apex powers would have to fight them seriously to ensure their victory. While Aqua Rose and Seven Melody were mired in concern, Frostraven suddenly spoke through the party chat. I'll try to stop them later. Use this opportunity to run to the NPC guards. So long as the NPC guards are around, not even White Ghost will dare to try his luck. Be very careful, Big Sis Raven. White Ghost is no ordinary opponent. Seven Melody cautioned when she heard Frostraven voicing her intention to help Sherfong. Although she was confident in Frostraven's strength, White Ghost's notoriety was not unfounded. Meanwhile, relying on their sixth sense, Demon's Gate's members noticed the gazes of Aqua Rose and Seven Melody veering toward the patrolling NPC guards nearby and promptly realized their intentions. However, just as they were about to intercept the two, a light blue, long sword suddenly appeared in their way. Stay! Sherfang's deep voice rang across the area again, stunning everyone in silence. No one had expected anyone to dare to stand against Demon's Gate, least of all a young swordsman whose name was unknown in the southern region. Are you tired of living punk? The 4 Demon's Gate members encircling Sherfong bellowed. They never thought Sherfong would dare to ignore them to such an extent. Immediately, they took a threatening step forward, trying to intimidate Sherfong into backing away. As for taking actual action, none of them had thought of doing so thus far. After all, they hadn't received a verbal command from White Ghost to take action. If they recklessly attacked Sherfong, they would instantly attract the NPC guards' attention and be regarded as enemies. At the same time, one of the 4 Demon's Gate members, a level 187, Tier 6 assassin, suddenly used Soul Guidance, a Tier 6 skill on Sherfong, casting a blue ray directly onto his soul. Should Soul Guidance be allowed to take effect, Sherfang's location would become known to the assassin throughout the skill's duration. There'd be no hiding from Demon's Gate for him. Moreover, as Soul Guidance had no offensive properties, its use would not attract the NPC guard's attention. However, before the blue ray could come into contact with Sherfong, a sword light suddenly grazed the Tier 6 assassin's neck. Then the assassin collapsed to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut. An item even appeared next to the assassin's lifeless body. This scene immediately stunned everyone. He's dead. What happened? How did that assassin from Demon's Gate die? Why didn't he dodge that attack? Despite the clear indication of the Tier 6 assassin's depleted HP bar, many of the bystanders remained baffled as to what had just happened. The Tier 6 assassin was evidently in the midst of activating Soul Guidance on Sherfong, yet he had inexplicably died mid-action. To add to their confusion, Sherfong had remained motionless throughout the entire encounter. What did Guild Leader Blackflame do just now? Seven Melody gaped in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at the corpse of the Demon's Gate assassin. What incredible reaction speed! Frostraven was indescribably shocked as she looked at Sherfong, who looked like he hadn't moved at all this entire time. While the more discerning observers present might have noticed Sherfong killing the Demon's Gate assassin with a single sword strike, the reality of the situation was far more intricate. Being one of the few players in Luminous Sky City equipped with multiple fragmented divine artifacts and the owner of a unique hidden class, Frostraven possessed 5 senses and physique far superior to even Tier 6 gods of the same level. Because of this, she managed to catch a glimpse of what actually happened. In reality, Sherfong had executed dozens of subtle alterations to his sword's trajectory during his seemingly straightforward attack. Meanwhile, Overwhelmed by the rapid and unpredictable changes, the Demon's Gate assassin ultimately succumbed to the final trajectory taken by Shifeng's sword. Aside from the onlooking crowd, Demon's Gate's members were similarly stunned by this situation. It was especially so for the 3 other Demon's Gate members encircling Shifeng. They also couldn't help but reveal grim expressions as they looked at Shifeng. If anyone else out of the 4 of them got killed, they might not have thought much of it. However, the Tier 6 assassin who got killed was the most skilled out of them. If even the Tier 6 assassin couldn't survive an exchange with Shifeng, how would they fare? What are you all worried about? White Ghost suddenly shouted when he saw the anxious looks on his subordinates. We are inside Luminous Sky City. He initiated the attack. He'll be the target of the NPC guards. At White Ghost's reminder, everyone from Demon's Gate promptly snapped out of their daze and encircled Shifeng. Since Shifeng was the aggressor in this situation, all they had to do was buy time until the NPC guards arrived to deal with him. Friend, leave quickly. You'll be in trouble if the NPC guards arrive. Frost Raven hurriedly said to Shifeng. It was never a good idea to initiate an attack while inside NPC towns and cities. If captured by NPC guards, especially inside a place like Luminous Sky City, one would suffer a miserable fate. It's too late to escape now. The Demon's Gate members surrounding Shifeng sneered and promptly took offensive maneuvers against him. Previously, they were wary of attacking Shifeng for fear of being targeted by the NPC guards. But since Shifeng had initiated an attack on one of their team members, they could now attack him without fear of retaliation from the NPC guards, as their actions would be considered self-defense. Immediately, 3 Tier 6 tanks closed in on Shifeng with their shields raised, while 2 Tier 6 mage gods erected defensive screens to cover any gaps left by the tanks. They had no intention of giving Shifeng any opportunities to escape. Can you defend against my attacks, though? When Shifeng saw the players closing in on him, he reacted by executing Sword's Orbit. With his strength being on par with level 200 Tier 6 gods, even level 185 plus, Tier 6 tanks with their life-saving skills activated could not survive more than 2 or 3 attacks from him. If he could directly hit their bodies, he could finish them even quicker. Subsequently, with Shifeng at the center, a resplendent galaxy of stars spread across the street. Boom! Suddenly, White Ghost, who had armed himself with his scythe at some point, was sent flying over a dozen yards through the air. Upon landing, he stumbled several steps before regaining his footing. Over a quarter of his HP bar had also disappeared. As for the nearly 10 Demon's Gate members who surrounded Shifeng, they all met an even worse fate, all of them dying on the spot. How is this possible? White Ghost couldn't help but look at Shifeng in disbelief. It should be known that his weapon, Death Scythe, was a fragmented divine artifact. With it equipped, he could achieve strength nearing the standard of ancient gods of the same level. Furthermore, when he executed Storm Scythe, a gold combat technique that came as a set with the Death Scythe, he could exhibit power enough to knock even Tier 6 gods of the same level into the air. Yet, when he clashed with Shifeng's attack using Storm Scythe, he was the one who got knocked into the air instead. This scene also dumbfounded the surviving members of Demon's Gate. After all, White Ghost, nicknamed the Death Scythe, was sent flying in a direct confrontation. Moreover, it was after he had used a gold combat technique. Has he already mastered the accompanying combat technique? Shifeng couldn't help but be a little surprised as he looked at White Ghost. Some divine artifacts in God's domain came with corresponding gold combat techniques. These techniques existed to maximize the potential of their corresponding divine artifacts, and they were much more powerful than the average gold combat technique. However, they were also much more difficult to master. Your Highness, the NPC guards have arrived. That swordsman is dead. When the surviving Demon's Gate members saw some NPC guards entering their sight, they immediately revealed cold smiles as they looked at Shifeng. Shifeng's strength might have exceeded their expectations, but it was utterly useless against Luminous Sky City's level 200-plus NPC guards. "This is bad." Seven Melody couldn't help but grow worried when they saw the NPC guards encircling Shifeng. However, just as Demon's Gates members were waiting to see how Shifeng would struggle in the hands of the NPC guards, the Tier 6 guard captain suddenly walked up to Shifeng and respectfully said, "Greetings, Count Shadowring. How may we be of service to you today? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3681. Chapter 755. Maniac vs. Maniac. Chapter 3681. Chapter 755. Maniac vs. Maniac. Chapter 755. Maniac vs. Maniac. Currently, more than 20 level 210-plus NPC guards, equipped with standardized legendary equipment sets, stood along the sides of the main street. Although these NPC guards were only at Tier 5, any one of them could easily suppress Tier 6 experts under level 200. Meanwhile, following the words of the level 220, Tier 6 guard captain equipped in a luxurious suit of armor, all of the players present froze on the spot. Demon's Gates members were especially dumbfounded by this situation. Why aren't these NPC guards taking action? Count Shadowring. Who is that guy? Questions popped up in everyone's minds, one after another. The scene before them had completely overturned their knowledge of Luminous Sky City. It was commonly known that any player who dared to cause a scene in Luminous Sky City would meet a swift death. This was an ironclad rule that nobody had managed to defy thus far. Yet, now not only had this rule been broken, but the level 220 Tier 6 guard captain was even behaving very respectfully to Shifeng. "Count, am I dreaming?" Astonishment filled Seven Melody as she looked at Shifeng. Luminous Sky City was a neutral city in the Eternal Realm. Because of this, obtaining an aristocratic position in it was incredibly difficult. In fact, even becoming an ordinary noble was something the various powers could only dream of accomplishing right now. Besides Seven Melody, Aqua Rose was similarly taken aback by this unexpected development. They had been operating in Luminous Sky City and striving to establish a foothold in the southern region, a land rich in ancient legacies, for a considerable period already. Consequently, they had invested significant effort into contributing to Luminous Sky City. However, despite their efforts, they still lacked a lot of contribution points to attain the status of ordinary nobles. Yet, she was now being told that Shifeng had attained the rank of Count. Unlike everyone else, though, Shifeng himself was not surprised by the NPC guard's behavior. As a 2-star Count of Holy Ring City, he would enjoy basic noble privileges in all neutral cities across the Eternal Realm. Although these were merely the privileges afforded to an ordinary noble, they still put him above the average player. Although Demon's Gates' assassin did not attack him, the other party used a tracking skill. If such an action was taken against the average player in a neutral city, it wouldn't be considered an offense. However, when done to players with noble status, it would be judged as aggressive behavior, and nearby NPC guards would immediately arrest the person using the tracking skill. As a side note, if a player possessed true Count privileges in a neutral city, they wouldn't even need to have their enemies use tracking skills on them to make them a target of the city. If their enemies lacked sufficient status in the city, they could simply have their enemies banished from the city. And even if these banished players could enter the city again, they would need to pay an exorbitant deposit before they could do so. Had Demon's Gates members initiated an attack on him, their fates would have been even worse. Even if none of their attacks managed to hit him, he could have the NPC guards apprehend and imprison all of Demon's Gates members. Of course, if both parties had an aristocratic position, NPCs would judge the situation differently and apprehend only the first party to have caused actual damage. However, as a neutral city in the Eternal Realm, Luminous Sky City should have only been activated recently. It was unlikely that anyone would have an ordinary noble status, let alone an aristocratic position. This was also why Sherfong was confident in helping Aqua, Rose, resist Demon's Gate. These people used a tracking skill on me. With my status in Luminous Sky City, what's the heaviest punishment I can impose on them? Sherfong asked the NPC guard captain as he pointed at White Ghost's group. According to the city's rules, since they intend to harm you, the principal offender will be detained for 1 month, while the offender's companions can be detained for up to 10 days, the guard captain said as he looked at White Ghost's group. Good. Lock them up for 10 days then, Sherfong said, nodding. Understood. At Sherfeng's instructions, the guard captain promptly gestured at his subordinates to apprehend White Ghost's group. Meanwhile, when the bystanders on the street saw the NPC guards moving to apprehend Demon's Gate's members, their mouths widened in shock. It was clearly Sherfong who had initiated an attack on Demon's Gate and killed multiple of its members. Yet, Demon's Gate's members were the ones who were now being arrested. Moreover, they would be imprisoned for 10 days. This was undoubtedly the biggest loss Demon's Gate had ever suffered in Luminous Sky City. Damn it, how does he have the rank of Count? White Ghost's expression darkened at this unexpected development. White Ghost was more or less aware of the privileges granted to players holding aristocratic positions in the Eternal Realm's neutral cities. However, he never thought Sherfong would already attain the rank of Count so soon after Luminous Sky City's activation. As for getting imprisoned for 10 days, he'd rather die multiple times than suffer such a fate. The Eternal Realm had only appeared not long ago, and the power structure within it remained fluctuating. It was especially chaotic in the southern region, a place where many powers operated. If he wished to maintain an advantage in the southern region, he would need to treat every day with utmost importance. If he became absent for 10 days, he wouldn't even be surprised if the southern region took on a completely new look. What should we do, Your Highness? A Demon's Gate member asked anxiously when he saw the approaching NPC guards. 10 days. If they were to fall behind by 10 days, becoming second-rate players would be the least of their concerns. Most importantly, they'd lag behind other players in accumulating contribution points in Luminous Sky City, and other powers would have long snatched all of the important real estate in the city. Retreat. Do everything you can to retreat. White Ghost shouted. So long as we leave the city, these NPCs will stop chasing us. We can take our time dealing with these bastards afterward. Their only option right now was to escape out of Luminous Sky City. For them, a 10-day jail sentence was no different than a death sentence. It should be known that the internal competition within Demon's Gate was vastly more intense compared to other powers. If they allowed their competitors to surpass them, it would be incredibly difficult for them to recover later. At White Ghost's command, the remaining Demon's Gate members hastily activated their life-saving tools to escape. Not even for a moment did any of them think of fighting the NPC guards. At their current levels, these level 210 plus, Tier 5 NPC guards could send them flying or injure them heavily with even a casual attack. Not to mention, if they tried to fight these NPC guards, not only would they die, but they would still have to spend 10 days in jail. They're finally leaving. Seven Melody sighed in relief when she saw Demon's Gate's members retreating. So long as their group of 3 could successfully avoid a confrontation with Demon's Gate today, it would become much easier for them to shake Demon's Gate off their tail in the future. This was because they would finally have enough money to rent a transport ship after today's sales and start taking on delivery quests to accumulate contribution points rapidly. Then, once they became nobles of Luminous Sky City, they would no longer have to fear Demon's Gate in the city. While Demon's Gate's members were retreating, White Ghost suddenly took out a scroll from his bag and activated it. Immediately afterward, the sky above the main street darkened, and a powerful aura of death enveloped the entire street. Subsequently, dark threads descended upon Sherfong and Aqua, Rose's group, at an astonishing speed. Even Sherfong, got hit by these threads, failing to react in time. However, the dark threads did not cause any damage. Instead, they penetrated deep into the souls of Shurfeng and the others before quickly forming a mark. A demon mark? Shurfeng immediately recognized the mark that had formed in the depths of his soul. There was a special scroll exclusively available to Demon's Gate that, when used, could place a demon mark on players' souls. Each demon mark lasted for 6 days, and it allowed all Demon's Gate members to know the marked player's location throughout this period. If Demon's Gate members were within a certain distance of a marked player, the demon mark would even actively inform them of the marked player's presence. Meanwhile, so long as a Demon's Gate member managed to kill a marked player while the demon mark was still in effect, they could earn an astronomical amount of guild contribution points. Essentially, the demon mark was a bounty order used internally by Demon's Gate, and it was something that only a very small number of individuals in Demon's Gate could use. Moreover, it was a privilege that they could only use once in their lifetime. So what if you are a count? Since you dare to make an enemy out of Demon's Gate in the southern region, only death awaits you. White Ghost said, sneering when he saw Shurfeng and the others getting hit by the demon mark. Although I don't know who you are, I want to see how long you'll survive being hunted by Demon's Gate. Originally, White Ghost had intended to kill Shurfeng to establish his authority over the other players and powers operating in Luminous Sky City. However, he never expected to be played by Shurfeng, causing Demon's Gate's reputation to be damaged. Now he was resolved to kill Shurfeng at all costs. As for Aqua Rose's group, he naturally wouldn't spare them either. With the demon mark now in effect, if Shurfeng, Aqua Rose, Seven Melody, and Frost Raven were to take even a step out of Luminous Sky City during the next 6 days, they would immediately face an endless pursuit by Demon's Gate's members. It's over. He actually used the demon mark. None of them can escape now. I knew it would turn out like this. It's simply suicide to go against Demon's Gate in the southern region. The bystanders couldn't help but lament when they looked at Shurfeng's group. They could already tell how seriously White Ghost took this matter. He absolutely wouldn't let them off easily. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose, Seven Melody, and Frost Raven also revealed grim looks at this turn of events. They never thought White Ghost would be so ruthless as to use his once-in-a-lifetime privilege on them. Is that so? I'll be waiting then. When Shurfeng saw White Ghost trying to escape using a Tier 5 random teleportation scroll, he executed Flowing Space to arrive before the other party instantly and brandished the Winter of Eternal Night. Holy annihilation! Holy annihilation! Holy annihilation! Pillars of flame rose into the sky, one after another. Shurfeng's attacks were so swift that White Ghost had no time to defend himself with a combat technique. He could only instinctively swing his scythe to parry each fiery strike. As a result, his HP plummeted with each attack blocked. In a mere second, 4 exchanges took place, and White Ghost was reduced to ashes on the 4th exchange. From the beginning to the end, White Ghost never got to use his random teleportation scroll. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3682. Chapter 756. Luminous Sky in an Uproar. Chapter 3682. Chapter 756. Luminous Sky in an Uproar. Chapter 756. Luminous Sky in an Uproar following White Ghost's death. The Demon's Gate members, who were in the midst of retreating, couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. He's dead. No way. That White Ghost actually got killed. And so quickly at that. The other players on the street were similarly stunned when they saw White Ghost turning into ashes. White Ghost's infamy was widely known throughout the southern region. He was the nightmare of many expert players. This was because he was responsible for eliminating many of the expert players and various powers executives who had opposed Demon's Gate. His reputation even extended to the Holy Race, where his act of slaying several members of a royal power netted him a place on the Holy Race's transcendent list. Yet now, someone had not only managed to kill the mighty white ghost, but had done so in a near instantaneous manner. If they hadn't witnessed this spectacle with their own eyes, most of them would have probably had difficulty believing such a feat was possible. Aqua! While watching Sherfone collect the loot demons Gates members dropped, Seven Melody shook the dazed Aqua, rose beside her, and asked, "Is he really the guild leader Black Flame we met before?" The last time they met, Seven Melody merely regarded Sherfone as a talented member of the younger generation, capable of contending against the various pseudo-Apex Powers chosen ones. However, the strength Sherfone had just displayed was nothing but shocking. "I don't know either." Aqua Rose was similarly at a loss for words after seeing this situation. It should be known that one of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's taboo-level existences had died in a fight against White Ghost. Yet, Sherfone had killed White Ghost so effortlessly. Honestly, if she hadn't seen Sherfeng's face before at the Golden Spire, she would have doubted if the person currently before her was someone else instead. What incredible strength! Frostraven was equally shocked as she looked at Sherfone. "I've seen most of the top experts in the southern region, but none can compete against him in strength. Is he really just ranked 281st on the Divine Glory list?" As a Tier 6 swordsman herself, Frostraven couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness when she looked at Sherfeng's sword strikes. In fact, she had failed to accurately evaluate his sword strikes right away. She could only react to them based on her instincts. Honestly, Frostraven doubted she could do any better than White Ghost if she were to go up against an opponent with such overwhelming strength and speed. Yet, such a terrifying expert was only ranked 281st on the Divine Glory list. For a moment, she couldn't help but suspect that the Seven Luminaries Alliance had made a mistake in their analysis. After all, she was currently ranked 197th on the Divine Glory list. Meanwhile, due to the shock brought about by White Ghost's death, only 3 Demon's Gate members managed to escape in the end, with the rest being captured by the NPC guards. As for the Demon's Gate members who were killed, they were the unluckiest of the bunch. Not only did they die in vain, but they would also be imprisoned for 10 days. Miss Melody, Demon's Gate's members have all left. If you want to leave Luminous Sky City, it's best to do so now. I'm sure it won't be long before Demon's Gate sends reinforcements to avenge White Ghost. At that time, it will become much more difficult to leave the city, Sherfone suggested to Seven Melodies group after he finished looting. "Thank you very much for your help this time, Guild Leader Black Flame. If not for you, we would have been in real trouble." Seven Melody didn't hurry to leave. Instead, she took her time to introduce Sherfone to Frostraven, saying, "This person here is the Sky Dragon Knight Adventure Team's Vice Commander Frostraven. It's all thanks to her help that Aqua and I could establish ourselves in the southern region. If you are looking to extend Zero Wing's operations to the southern region, I strongly recommend partnering with the Sky Dragon Knight Adventure Team, Guild Leader Black Flame." "Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame. Thank you for your help this time." Adding to Seven Melodies' introduction, Frostraven said, "Although the Sky Dragon Knight Adventure Team isn't comparable to Apex powers like Demon's Gate, it is a member of the Southern Region's Order of 12. When it comes to strength in the Southern Region, the Order of 12 is only slightly behind Demon's Gate. In fact, we are even stronger than Demon's Gate in maritime transportation. If Zero Wing needs anything to be transported by sea in the future, we can offer you a 30% discount." "I will have to trouble you in the future then," Sherfone said, choosing not to turn down Frostraven's offer. In his previous life, the Order of 12, an alliance of 12 adventure teams, indeed possessed naval strength superior to Demon's Gate in the Eternal Realm. It was also the biggest player in transporting non-bag space items between the Eternal Continent and the Western Continent. It played an especially vital role in the transportation of the Origin Crystal Wood the best core material for the construction of flying ships and transport ships, produced by the southern region's islands. Currently, the reason Zero Wing could not mass-produce Silver Wings was largely due to the lack of core materials. Most of these core materials were non-bag space items. Although inferior legendary and legendary spatial bags could carry a relatively large amount of these items at a time, the amount still paled when compared to what was needed to construct a Silver Wing. Multiple trips had to be made just for the construction of one Silver Wing. Not to mention, it also took a considerable amount of time to collect these core materials. Hence, Zero Wing needed to find a better way to source these materials. Meanwhile, after becoming a 2-star count of Holy Ring City, Shifeng had the idea of importing origin crystal wood from the southern region to the Eternal Continent, and there were 2 ways he could go about doing so. He could either transport origin crystal wood from the southern region to the Eternal Continent entirely by sea, or transport them to Luminous Sky City before placing them into a legendary spatial bag and teleporting them back to the Eternal Continent. Normally, each log of origin crystal wood would only cost 1 eternal gold if bought at the source. However, it cost 3 eternal gold to transport each log to Luminous Sky City, and at least 5 eternal gold to transport to the Eternal Continent. Generally speaking, it would take upwards of 10,000 logs of origin crystal wood just to construct a flying ship that shuttled between the various guild cities' airports. If Zero Wing could get a 30% discount from the Order of 12 for maritime transportation, the guild could save a lot of money. Guild leader Black Flame: "We were just about to go with Big Sis Raven to meet up with the rest of the Order of 12's adventurer teams to occupy a town on a deserted island. Why don't you come with us? Given your strength, I'm sure the Order of 12 would be willing to give you 5% of the town's shares for your help," Seven Melody said. Occupying a town on a deserted island? Shifeng was a little tempted by Seven Melody's suggestion. There were countless deserted islands in the southern region, of which a small number housed towns occupied by monsters. If players could subjugate the monsters in one of these towns, they would become the new owners of this town. They could then operate the town like the World Ark's resurrection camps and generate incredible wealth. When Frost Raven heard Seven Melody's proposal, she quickly added, "I can talk to my commander about this. I trust that my commander will agree to this arrangement." "I'm afraid I will have to decline. I still have other matters to take care of," Shifeng said, deciding against accepting the offer after thinking it over. This trip to Luminous Sky City made Shifeng realize he had underestimated the development speed of the Eternal Realm's various powers. If even the southern region's Order of 12 had already begun preparing to establish their own town, it was likely that the other parts of the Eternal Realm were in a similar situation. In that case, the best course of action for Zero Wing to take would be to get Shadowring City up and running as soon as possible. After Shifeng chatted with Seven Melody's group for a little bit longer, the trio sold all 126 of their remaining small silver battle array scrolls to Shifeng before quickly departing to meet up with the rest of the Order of 12. Meanwhile, due to Shifeng's clash with Demon's Gate, the players in Luminous Sky City were stirred into excitement. Some players had even uploaded videos of the fight to Luminous Sky City's official forums. One man, one sword, one-shotting Demon's Gate's Paragon. Demon's Gate's Death Scythe one-shot. Shortly after these videos appeared, they immediately became the hottest topic in Luminous Sky City. Demon's Gate's usual domineering behavior caused many players in Luminous Sky City to have a lot of opinions. However, because of Demon's Gate's overbearing strength, no one who had opposed the Apex power had ever met with a good outcome. As a result, everyone could only endure Demon's Gate's tyranny. Now that Shifeng had killed White Ghost, one of Demon's Gate's 6 great paragons, and dealt a massive loss to Demon's Gate, everyone naturally reacted with excitement and joy. For a time, everyone started to curiously speculate about Shifeng's identity. Many players also started to worship Shifeng. Meanwhile, after some experts did some digging, Shifeng's identity quickly surfaced, and an uproar occurred across Luminous Sky City. This was because no one expected that Black Flame, the 281st expert on the Divine Glory list and the guild leader of Zero Wing, the guild which had repelled the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard just recently, would actually come to Luminous Sky City to develop. They also didn't expect him to offend Demon's Gate as soon as he arrived. Shortly after this news surfaced, it quickly reached the ears of the Southern region's various powers. Naturally, Demon's Gate, the Southern region's overlord, had also learned of this news. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3683. Chapter 757, Count's Reward. Chapter 3683. Chapter 757, Count's Reward. Chapter 757. Count's Reward. Southern Region, Human NPC City, Crew City, Demon's Gate's residence. Inside the magnificent guild hall, Demon's Gate's members were busily moving about because of the matter at Luminous Sky City. All of them exuded killing intent. Some guild members even began to organize their own teams to head to Luminous Sky City to kill Surefoam. Meanwhile, several of Demon's Gate's executives had gathered in the residence's guild leader's office. "We've looked into the matter already, Your Highness. The person responsible for killing White Ghost is Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, a white-haired level 187, Tier 6 berserker," God anxiously reported to the elegant woman seated before him. Despite her petite stature, the elegant woman radiated an indescribable aura of majesty with each of her movements. Her presence was so overwhelming that some of the guild executives present, including the recently resurrected White Ghost, dared not even raise their heads. Meanwhile, when it came to their opinions of the elegant woman, all of the Demon's Gate members based in Crew City's residence felt nothing but awe and admiration toward her. This was because the woman was one of Demon's Gate's publicly acknowledged 3 great chosen ones. Star Maiden Elise. Elise was also the youngest of the 3 great chosen ones. At only 24, she had already progressed to the later stage of the World Tower's 5th floor and could execute gold combat techniques with her every move. She had also reached the unthinking realm, the extrasensory realm's 2nd stage, and it was entirely possible for her to break those shackles by 30 and rival the standards of Demon's Gate's old monsters. Zero Wing's Black Flame, is it? Elise's lips curled into a faint smirk when she heard the white-haired berserker's report. How intriguing. I haven't even settled the score for harboring that little girl. Yet he dares to come to the southern region to stir up even more trouble? Black Flame has gone too far. How dare he come to our territory and kill White Ghost? This is an insult to our reputation. A Tier 6 female berserker who is robust like a bear said angrily, "Your Highness, please allow me to lead a team to eliminate Black Flame. We shall let him know that even if he managed to stop the Holy Guard's assault, he is still not qualified to behave arrogantly before Demon's Gate." Phoenix Flame is right, Your Highness. Not only did Black Flame show up in our territory by himself, but he even killed White Ghost. If we don't teach him a lesson, we will become a joke in the Eternal Realm. People might even think we are afraid of him. The other guild executives chimed in as well, all of them agreeing with Phoenix Flame's view. Had Zero Wing mobilized an army into Luminous Sky City, and a huge fight between Zero Wing and Demon's Gate broke out, they could still have turned a blind eye to the matter. Yet, Black Flame had dared to show up on their territory by himself. He had even publicly slain Demon's Gate's members in Luminous Sky City. If they still chose to ignore this transgression and take no action against Zero Wing, Demon's Gate's reputation in the southern region would be utterly ruined. He is a count. It isn't worth trying to kill him in Luminous Sky City, Elise said, shaking her head. Then she casually added, Inform the various powers in the World Arc that we will be opening up our resurrection camp in the core region and that they can register at the camp by eliminating Zero Wings members. For each normal member they kill, they can register at the camp for 1 day at no cost. For slaying Zero Wings elite members, they receive 3 days of free registration. And if they manage to kill an executive of Zero Wing, they gain lifetime registration at the camp. Elise's decision startled all of the guild executives present. Ruthless. It was an incredibly ruthless decision. It should be known that Demon's Gate had to sacrifice multiple divine artifactoring tools to occupy the resurrection camp it currently owned in the World Arc's core region. Moreover, Demon's Gate's members hadn't even begun to fully reap the benefits of the resurrection camp. If the camp was made available to the public now, it was almost guaranteed that players would do everything possible to secure a registration slot. Consequently, Zero Wing would not only lose the ability to survive in the World Arc, but it would also lose the resurrection camp it had fought hard to defend. If met with such an outcome, Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing, would most likely lose his mind. Subsequently, Demon's Gate's executives left the office and carried out Elise's instructions, issuing a public bounty on all Zero Wing members operating within the World Arc and causing a huge stir. In the meantime, Shifeng arrived at Luminous Sky City's City Hall all by himself. Currently, Luminous Sky City's City Hall was crowded with players from both the human race and the holy race. These players were here on behalf of their respective powers, and they were all eagerly waiting for the City Hall to make more shops and lands available for sale. Of course, as none of them were nobles, none of them were actually here to buy real estate. Instead, they were only here to determine the value of the real estate on offer and how much they should spend on bidding for them in the future. The sale of real estate in the Eternal Realm's neutral cities was different from that of neutral cities in other realms. Outside of the Eternal Realm, players could usually purchase the shops and lands of neutral cities on a first-come, first-served basis. The prices of these real estate were also fixed, and they would only change when the city was promoted. In the Eternal Realm, however, the shops and lands of neutral cities were acquired through auctions. Once players proved themselves capable of affording the base price of a particular piece of real estate, they were given a bidding period where they had to outbid other interested buyers. In addition, as players from both the human race and the holy race could participate in the auction, the final price typically far exceeded the base price. Due to this system, players and powers interested in buying Luminous Sky City's real estate had to first determine how much eternal coins would be appropriate to allocate to each piece of real estate. If the final cost exceeded the potential profits they could generate, they would have no choice but to give up. Hence, while no one had yet to gain noble status in Luminous Sky City, the powers of both races seized this opportunity to assess the city's real estate prices to make informed bids when the time arrived. Of course, there existed the possibility that certain players might gain the privilege of acquiring the city's real estate considerably earlier than others. However, even if this were to occur, these players would not necessarily secure an insurmountable advantage in purchasing the city's real estate. This was because some of the city's NPC nobles would typically participate in the bidding process alongside players. If players could not outbid these NPC nobles, their attempts to acquire the real estate would be unsuccessful, regardless of whether other players were competing against them. Shop 004-6742. Is anybody interested in co-buying Shop 004-6742? Trading secret silver warships for eternal coins, each for 100,000 gold. We have 3 in total. We'll even cover the handling fees for foreign players. Advanced transport ships for sale. 2 advanced transport ships for sale, each for 80,000 gold. They're essential for grinding and transporting goods. I can cover the auction fees of both ships. Within the vast first-floor hall, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people, shouts echoed from every corner. When Shifeng heard the ceaseless shouting, he couldn't help but be astonished. Although none of the various powers had acquired the qualifications to purchase Luminous Sky City's real estate yet, All of them were doing everything they could to accumulate capital. Meanwhile, compared to the wealth these powers were amassing, the 70,000 plus eternal gold he currently had on hand was nothing. It was especially so when he compared himself with the Holy Race's various powers. Currently, not only did Holy Race players make up the bulk of those hawking their wares, but they were also going as far as to sell advanced transport ships, which were incredibly valuable in the current Eternal Realm. Thank goodness I don't have to compete with them. After looking at the situation in the first floor hall, Sherfone quietly made his way to the second floor hall. Inside a VIP lounge on the second floor, "Greetings, Lord Count. How may I be of service to you today?" After Sherfone made his way to the second floor, he was ushered into a VIP lounge and greeted by a beautiful female elf. "I am looking to buy real estate," Sherfone stated directly. "Very well. Here is a list of all the shops and lands you can currently bid for in the city," the elven administrator said as she handed Sherfone a crystal tablet. The tablet was roughly the size of an A4 paper, but it listed an astonishing number of shops and lands. The number was many times greater than what was listed on the first floor hall. "Can my status actually grant me so many options?" Sherfone was slightly surprised as he examined the information on the tablet. However, when his gaze fell upon a specific line of text highlighted in bright red, his shock intensified. An upscale shop. TL notes: 1 upscale shop. In the main story, shop ranks listed were: in Chapter 757 and 758, the shops mentioned were. The characters used to describe the shops are different, so I assume that the ordinary/normal shops in the Eternal Realm's neutral cities cannot be upgraded into high-end/upscale shops. So, rather than go with basic/advanced shop, I decided to use a different term here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3684. Chapter 758, Upscale Shop. Chapter 3684. Chapter 758. Upscale Shop. Chapter 758. Upscale Shop. How much for this shop? After suppressing his restlessness and apprehension, Sherfone pointed at the red text on the tablet and directed a question at the administrator. 2 kinds of shops were available in the Eternal Realm's neutral cities, ordinary and upscale. In addition, both types could be categorized into small, medium, and large shops. It was also the case for lands. For ordinary shops, they could only sell the items that they had in stock, or more specifically, they could only sell the items stored in their warehouses. Meanwhile, for each transaction ordinary shops made, they would need to pay a 10% processing fee to the city, which was significantly better than the 20% that street stalls had to pay. Players could also hire NPCs to manage their shops for them. More importantly, ordinary shops could display 10 times more items. Hence, whether it was the average player or the various powers, they would usually try to purchase shops if they were looking to do business in a neutral city. They would sell their wares through street stalls only when they lacked the means of acquiring a shop. Naturally, another viable option existed for players who could not afford to purchase a shop: the city's auction house. The only drawback was that to commission items in a neutral city's auction house, players were first required to attain noble status within the city. Additionally, they would need to pay a substantial processing fee of 25% or more. In return, players gained access to a significantly larger customer base, making it considerably easier to secure a favorable price for their wares. Often, the additional profits generated were even sufficient to cover the exorbitant processing fee. However, the auction house was not something that most players should consider utilizing during the early stages of a neutral city's development. For upscale shops, when compared to ordinary shops, not only were they significantly rarer, but they also possessed vastly superior functionality. Unlike ordinary shops, upscale shops were not limited to simply selling the items they had in stock. In addition to their own stock, upscale shops could connect with other shops and share their products. and the number of shops an upscale shop could connect with directly correlated with its star ranking. If an upscale shop star ranking reached a sufficiently high level, it could even establish connections with shops in other realms. This feature would not only eliminate the hassle of transporting goods, but it could also substantially expand the amount and variety of products available in the shop. However, upscale shops were incredibly rare. In Shi Feng's previous life, out of all the neutral cities controlled by the various human powers in the Eternal Realm, some didn't even have an upscale shop, while those that did would not have more than a handful. Hence, now that it was revealed that Luminous Sky City, one of the Eternal Realm's 10 most populated neutral cities in the future, had an upscale shop for sale, how could Shi Feng not get excited? Bidding for this shop starts at 175,000 Eternal Gold coins, Lord Count. Located in the city's outer area, this shop, though slightly outdated and categorized as a small shop, boasts a genuine 3-star ranking, the NPC administrator explained. Currently, 15 nobles and 2 great nobles have already expressed interest in purchasing the shop. If you intend to purchase it, you will likely have to spend up to 500,000 Eternal Gold coins. A starting price of 175,000 gold and an estimated final price of 500,000 gold? When Shi Feng heard the administrator's answer, he immediately felt the malice of the main god system. It should be known that ordinary shops situated in the outer areas of the Eternal Realm's neutral cities typically sold for 10,000 to 20,000 Eternal Gold only. Even prime real estate in the inner areas would, at most, be sold for 40,000 to 50,000 Eternal Gold. After all, constructing a guild city in the Eternal Realm only cost around 300,000 to 400,000 Eternal Gold. The upscale shop's starting price of 175,000 Eternal Gold was already double that of ordinary shops located at the core area's main street. Of course, the upscale shop was undoubtedly worth this price. Simply the fact that it was a 3-star shop made it vastly superior to any of the ordinary shops situated in Luminous Sky City's core area. A 1-star upscale shop could only connect with one other shop. It was also incredibly challenging to upgrade a 1-star upscale shop to 2-star status. Not only did the shop have to maintain a sufficiently large foot traffic and transaction volume across a long period, but more importantly, it also needed to accumulate sufficient shop reputation. An upscale shop's reputation could only be raised by gaining favorable opinions from NPC nobles. Essentially, the shop would need to have enough NPC nobles buying items from it to increase its reputation. However, it should be known that NPC nobles had a much greater demand for quality than players. For example, legendary weapons and equipment, which players considered incomparably precious, were only considered products of fine quality in the eyes of NPCs. Many NPC nobles, therefore, disdained purchasing such items. The difficulty of upgrading a 2-star upscale shop to 3-star status was even greater. Once at the 2-star status, an upscale shop's reputation could only increase if it had enough local great nobles patronizing it. Otherwise, its reputation would never reach the 3-star standard. As for reaching the 4-star standard, the shop would need to have great nobles from other cities patronizing it. Although much more difficult to accomplish, the benefits of reaching the 4-star standard were game-changing for upscale shops. As previously mentioned, the number of shops an upscale shop could connect with corresponded to its star ranking. At the 1-star standard, an upscale shop could only connect with one other shop. Meanwhile, advancing to the 2-star standard would double that connectivity to 2 shops, and advancing to the 3-star standard would double it again, reaching 4. However, upon reaching the 4-star standard, an upscale shop would achieve a substantial leap, being able to connect with up to 10 other shops. This improvement would substantially expand the shop's operational scale and transform it into a trade hub leagues above 3-star upscale shops. Of course, while it would be better to have a 4-star upscale shop, Shi Feng was already satisfied that he could outright purchase a 3-star upscale shop in Luminous Sky City. With it, he could save a lot of time and trouble. What are your thoughts, Lord Count? the NPC administrator asked with a smile. As this is the first shop we have made available for auction, bidding will conclude in just 29 hours. If you seek to purchase it but lack the necessary funds, out of consideration for your status as an esteemed 2-star Count of Holy Ring City, we can offer you a loan of up to 500,000 gold, repayable over a week with a 40% interest rate. Furthermore, if you succeed in winning the auction but fail to repay the loan, we will confiscate only the shop. No additional fees will be imposed. When Sherfong looked at the smiling administrator, he suddenly felt like he had accidentally entered a back alley store. A 40% interest rate meant he needed to pay back 700,000 eternal gold to the city in 1 week. Moreover, even with this loan, he wasn't guaranteed to win the auction. Auctions for real estate in the Eternal Realm's neutral cities adopted a closed bidding process. Additionally, each person could only bid once. Once all interested buyers had placed a bid, the winner would be revealed at the end of the auction. In other words, while it was possible that some bidders might have only placed a bid that was 1 eternal gold higher than the starting price, it was also possible that someone had bid several times higher than the starting price. Furthermore, he couldn't simply avoid paying interest. Even if he failed to purchase the upscale shop, he'd still have to pay every coin he owed. "Do you wish to proceed with this transaction, Lord Count?" the NPC administrator asked with a welcoming smile. "Fine. I'll take the 500,000 gold loan," Sherfong said, gritting his teeth. Although the risks were indeed great, the potential rewards were too good to pass up. "Also, I'll bid 570,000 gold on this shop." While the NPC administrator might have said he should only expect to spend up to 500,000 eternal gold, he wasn't so naive as to bid only at that price. He'd be ruined if he failed to win the auction. "Very well. I have confirmed your bid. We will inform you of the auction's results in 29 hours, so please be patient." After the NPC administrator verified Sherfeng's intent, she handed him a bidding certificate that displayed the auction's remaining time. 29 hours, 43 minutes, 27 seconds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3685. Chapter 759, The Beginning of Change. Chapter 3685. Chapter 759. The Beginning of Change. Chapter 759. The Beginning of Change. Luminous Sky City. Luminous Sky Auction House. There really are a lot of items sold here. No wonder the various powers back then would have personnel stationed here at all times. While browsing the items consigned by NPCs at the auction house, Sherfong couldn't help but inwardly sigh in exclamation. In the current Greater God's domain, great Grandmaster potions were regarded as treasures by the various powers. Normally, only a few pseudo-apex and apex powers would sell these potions at their own auction houses. Even then, they would only sell in small quantities. Yet, such potions were currently available in large quantities in the Luminous Sky Auction House. Even Craftsman Magic Array Scrolls, which had nearly gone extinct in the Greater God's domain, were being sold at the Luminous Sky Auction House. Moreover, they numbered several dozen, although they weren't enough to form a complete set. So long as players were willing to invest some time and had sufficient eternal coins, it was entirely possible for them to acquire one or even multiple complete sets. At this time, though, Sherfong could only look at the items sold at the Luminous Sky Auction House. For the sake of purchasing the upscale shop, not only did he spend most of the eternal coins on him, but he had also taken out a huge loan from the city. With the auction house's noteworthy items being priced in the hundreds or thousands of eternal gold coins, there was nothing he wanted that his remaining funds could afford. "Lord Count, it will cost you 6,000 eternal gold coins to consign these 3,000 fragmented legendary items at our auction house for 2 days. Are you sure you wish to consign them?" The beautiful elven NPC behind the counter asked Sherfong for further confirmation after she finished taking stock of Sherfeng's items. "I'm sure," Sherfong said as he handed his remaining eternal coins to the beautiful elf before him. Aside from purchasing large amounts of real estate, his goal in visiting Luminous Sky City this time was to sell the holy race-exclusive weapons and equipment Zero Wing had acquired from the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard. For human players, holy race-exclusive weapons and equipment were no different than scrap metal. However, as human players couldn't trade with holy race players through the usual means, they normally had to rely on neutral cities to dispose of the holy race-exclusive items they acquired. Meanwhile, in the current situation where players had yet to establish shops in neutral cities, the only way to dispose of a large amount of holy race-exclusive weapons and equipment within a short period was through the auction house. Although players could also set up a street stall to sell these items, it was a much more time-consuming process. Not to mention, many more holy race players and powers could see items sold at the auction house. Of course, the auction house wasn't without its flaws. Firstly, it charged a hefty processing fee, typically amounting to 25% or more of the product's selling price. Secondly, it was slow to make payments. Unlike sales made through shops and stalls, players wouldn't receive the proceeds of their auction house sales immediately. Instead, the auction house would usually withhold the funds for 1 to 2 days before transferring them to players. Meanwhile, after consigning the 3,000 holy race-exclusive fragmented legendary weapons and equipment, Sherfong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now, all that's left to do is wait and see if my bid will win. If it doesn't, I'll end up taking a huge loss this time. Looking at the bidding certificate in his hand, Sherfong experienced a headache as he was reminded of his debt of 700,000 eternal gold. If possible, he would have preferred to avoid owing money to NPCs. However, he couldn't afford to miss the opportunity to secure an upscale shop. Although he could have secured more funding by selling off the holy race-exclusive fragmented legendary weapons and equipment, he wasn't certain that the holy race players in Luminous Sky City could afford to purchase all of his stock before the auction ended. While Sherfong was preparing to leave the auction house and familiarize himself with Luminous Sky City, a system announcement suddenly rang in his ears. Universal System Announcement. A player has triggered the World Main storyline quest, Ocean's Sigh. God's Domain will undergo a major update. All players will be forcibly logged out in 10 minutes. The system update will take 1 natural day. Please prepare to log out. The system announcement repeated 3 times, stunning every player inside the auction house. A universal system announcement. What kind of quest is this Ocean's Sigh? If I remember correctly, it's already been several centuries since the last universal announcement, right? The various powers executives stared at the system announcement in disbelief. Players of God's Domain were no strangers to system announcements. This was because system announcements occurred almost constantly in the greater God's Domain. However, when it came to God's Domain's universal system announcements, most players had definitely never heard of them before. Only executives of various powers were aware of their existence. In fact, not all executives would necessarily be privy to information about universal system announcements. The system announcements and notifications in God's Domain were typically generated according to the reported incident's scope of influence. Meanwhile, even across the greater God's Domain's history, system updates that could affect the entirety of God's Domain were few and far between, and each occurrence led to a major event. Damn it! How did it get triggered so soon? Sherfong was similarly in disbelief when he received the system announcement. Ocean's Sigh. In his previous life, this was a World Main storyline quest that had only been triggered 6 years after the Eternal Realm's appearance. The quest itself wasn't anything significant, similar to the countless other World Main storyline quests that had been triggered across the greater God's Domain. The completion of the Ocean's Sigh quest would only result in some changes to one of many God's Domains. However, it was a different story for the system update that appeared along with the activation of the Ocean's Sigh quest. In his previous life, this update had struck fear into both human players and holy race players. It had even caused a massive upheaval in the power structure of the human race and the holy race's greater gods' domains. This was because the major system update would bring about a mutation to the entirety of God's domain. At that time, players of God's domain would no longer be mere players in a game. God's domain would also cease to be just a virtual reality game. System. God's domain will undergo a major system update. You have 9 more minutes until you are forcibly logged out. System. Do you wish to log out to rest now? While Sher Fong was in a daze, he received a reminder from the system. Log out. Upon seeing the notification, Sher Fong chose to go offline without hesitation. After the major update took place in his previous life, the method of playing God's domain had undergone drastic transformations. Meanwhile, one of the new features introduced by the update was soul synchronization. The introduction of soul synchronization transformed God's domain to resemble simulation warfare in the real world. Because of this, if players did not have sufficiently high mental strength in the real world, they would lose the ability to use powerful weapons and equipment in God's domain. More importantly, as the name soul synchronization suggested, if players sustained injuries in God's domain, they would also incur injuries to their mental state in the real world. Meanwhile, if players wished to quickly recover from these mental injuries, they would need mental recovery potions. Due to these 2 points, the value of mental recovery potions in the real world skyrocketed, their prices inflating by several dozen times. At the time, many powers that did not have a sufficient stockpile of mental recovery potions quickly found themselves returning to square one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3686. Chapter 760. Soul Synchronization. Chapter 3686. Chapter 760. Soul Synchronization. Chapter 760. Soul Synchronization. Star Lake City. Zero Wings Headquarters. As the virtual gaming cabin's heavy hatch slowly opened, Sher Fong groggily climbed out of the cabin and stood beside it for a few minutes, waiting for his foggy vision to clear. Sure enough, the synchronization has already begun. I made the right decision to log out sooner. Sher Fong wryly smiled as he looked at his somewhat trembling hands. The introduction of soul synchronization rendered many expert players speechless in Sher Feng's previous life. It was especially so for players equipped with legendary items or above. The mental toll these powerful items had on them was so severe that, even when players did not engage in combat in God's domain, they would still constantly accumulate mental fatigue. This situation led many players who lacked mental strength standards to consider equipping weapons and equipment of lower quality for their daily combat. Presently, Sher Fong had already reached the 3-star mental strength grandmaster standard with the help of Stardew. If it was only a matter of maintaining 3 or 4 legendary items, he'd have no trouble doing so. However, the Shadow Incinerator was a godly relic. Even if its actual capabilities were only at the legendary standard right now, the burden of equipping it was no less than that of a divine artifact. As a 3-star grandmaster, Sher Fong could, at most, maintain 1 divine artifact with his current mental strength. If he equipped any additional legendary weapons or equipment, he'd be placing his mental state under constant heavy stress, and it wouldn't take long before he suffered from mental overload. In fact, his current fatigue state was a clear sign of mental overload. If he wished to recover from this state, he'd have to either rely on mental recovery potions or rest for a couple of weeks. This situation also forced him to consider whether he should continue using the Shadow Incinerator. Otherwise, even grinding for levels would become a problem in the future. After catching his breath, Sher Fong made his way to the fridge and pulled out a bottle of life potion. When he consumed it, his mind immediately felt refreshed, and his complexion recovered considerably. After the major system update took effect in his previous life potions swiftly became the preferred mental recovery potion in the greater world. although not as potent as meditation potions, which could accelerate mental recovery and aid mental strength development. Life potions were much more affordable. Hence, whenever the various powers experts sustained injuries in God's domain, they would rely on life potions for mental recovery in the real world. Only in urgent situations would players turn to meditation potions for a faster recovery. As a result of this development, the cost of sustaining injuries in God's domain skyrocketed. In fact, due to the major update, it became a trend for players and powers to compete with each other using their stockpile of life and meditation potions. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng tapped on his quantum watch and contacted Xia Qingying. "Miss Xia, do you have any channels to acquire life and meditation potions in bulk?" Shifeng asked, noting through the holographic projection that Xia Qingying had just climbed out of her virtual gaming cabin. "Can you specify the exact volume?" Xia Qingying asked, looking at Shifeng in confusion. "If it's only a few thousand or tens of thousands of bottles, you can simply purchase them directly from the Star Lake Legion. I'm sure Star Lake City's city lord wouldn't refuse. I need a lot, several million bottles at the very least. Moreover, I need it within 24 hours, Shifeng said, nodding. Several million? Within 24 hours. Xia Qingying was surprised. Is Zero Wing looking to replace meals with life potions? The availability of life potions and meditation potions was indeed much higher in the greater world than in their homeworld. Virtually every mobile city would sell them internally. In the case of life potions, individuals could often acquire them for just 100,000 star coins per bottle. Moreover, it wouldn't cost any city contribution points. However, even for the various powers operating in mobile cities, they would only maintain a stable stockpile of several thousand bottles of life and meditation potions. In regards to a sum of several million bottles of life and meditation potions, not even veteran, second-tier mobile cities would have that many. Can you get them? Shifeng asked seriously, not bothering to answer Xia Qingying's question. Xia Qingying was a senior vice president of the Green God Corporation. She had also been developing her forces in the greater world for quite some years already. Outside of Star Lake City Lord, she was the only person Shifeng knew who could potentially acquire such a large volume of life and meditation potions within 24 hours. Although Feng Yiqing, Star Lake City Lord, was rather supportive of Zero Wing, it remained a fact that he was an outsider. Conversely, Xia Qingying was a staunch partner of Zero Wing. Even if she were to discover Shifeng's motives after the major system updates effects were revealed, it was unlikely she would divulge his preemptive stockpiling to others. Not even the galaxy conglomerate can get you that many in 24 hours, let alone me, Xia Qingying said with a wry smile. Then, after pondering for a moment, she added, "But if you were to change your goal to purchasing a production plant for life and meditation potions, I might just be able to help you with that. Do you know a seller?" Shifeng couldn't help but look at Xia Qingying in surprise. Although life and meditation potions were not as valuable as Stardew, they still weren't products that the average power could manufacture. In fact, simply the recipes to produce life and meditation potions were in high demand among the various powers, let alone the raw materials to produce them. Normally, only conglomerates could produce these potions. "It's one of the Blaze conglomerate's production plants," Xia Qingying affirmed, nodding. "The seller happens to be someone you know, Weilon. She's currently offering 50% of the production plant shares, but her asking price is quite steep." "How much is she asking for?" Shifeng asked. "For fragmented divine artifacts, or 100 million units of 7 luminaries crystal in the eternal realm," Xia Qingying said awkwardly. Fragmented divine artifacts were exceedingly rare. Most upper-ranking hegemonic powers did not even own that many outside the eternal realm, let alone inside. As for the alternative price of 100 million units of 7 luminaries crystal, although any upper-ranking hegemonic power could afford it outside the eternal realm, acquiring such a sum within the eternal realm was completely out of the question. In essence, those who could afford the production plant had no need for it, while those who needed the production plant couldn't afford it. It is indeed a little expensive. Shifeng furrowed his brows slightly when he heard Xia Qingying's words. While it was true a production plant for life and meditation potions was worth a fortune, due to the limited raw materials, the average production plant could, at most, produce several tens of thousands of bottles a day. If he occupied only 50% of the plant's shares, he'd be fortunate if he could receive 20,000 bottles a day. Based on the current market value of life and meditation potions, 50% of a production plant's shares were nowhere near worth 100 million units of 7 luminaries crystal in the eternal realm, let alone 4 fragmented divine artifacts. Of course, that would only be true before the Ocean's Psi quest was triggered. After the major system update, those shares would be worth far more than a complete divine artifact. I've tried advising her before, but she is adamant about this price, Xia Qingying said, sighing. If she wasn't urgently looking to raise her combat power, she probably wouldn't be selling any shares in the first place. If she's only looking to quickly raise her combat power, can you ask if she might be interested in 1,000 sets of small silver battle array scrolls? I trust that the benefits she can reap from them should be no less than what she can get from 100 million units of 7 luminaries crystal, Shifeng suggested after giving the matter some thought. 1,000 sets of small silver battle array scrolls? Are you serious? Xia Qingying couldn't help but look at Shifeng in astonishment. A small silver battle array could let a team of 20 tier 5 players transcend tiers. 1,000 sets would be enough to arm an army of 20,000. That'd be akin to transforming 20,000 tier 5 players into 20,000 tier 6 players. In contrast, 100 million units of 7 luminaries crystal could, at best, lead to the birth of 1,000 tier 6 players. If only looking at the short term, there was no comparison between the two. TL notes: 1 Waylon equals billowing water if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3687, Chapter 761, 3-Star Shop. Chapter 3687, Chapter 761, 3-Star Shop. Chapter 761, 3-Star Shop. I'm serious, Shifeng said, chuckling at Xia Qingying's skepticism. So long as Miss Waylon is fine with this arrangement, I can deliver the goods to her in 3 days. Under normal circumstances, nobody would be willing to trade 1,000 sets of small silver battle array scrolls for merely 50% of a production plant for life and meditation potions. After all, the total value of these scrolls far exceeded the value of 100 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. Moreover, these scrolls were usually in a state of lacking supply. However, in Luminous Sky City, the supply of small silver battle array scrolls far exceeded demand. So much so that each scroll was only sold for 1 eternal gold. At this price, it would only cost 20,000 eternal gold to acquire 1,000 full sets. Only a fool would refuse to spend 20,000 eternal gold to purchase 50% of a production plant for life and meditation potions. If that's the case, you should have no problem securing this deal, Xia Qingying said, smiling. I'll contact Waylon right away. Wait for my good news. After saying so, Xia Qingying hung up the call and proceeded to contact Waylon excitedly. Subsequently, things proceeded as Xia Qingying anticipated. Before the day was even over, Waylon had already decided to take Shifeng's offer. She only requested that Shifeng deliver the 1,000 sets of small silver battle array scrolls to the Crystal City of Secrets within 3 days. Meanwhile, as if worried Shifeng would regret his decision, she even asked Shifeng to sign a God's domain contract with her offline to seal the deal. In response, Shifeng gladly obliged Waylon's request and signed a God's domain contract with her. While Shifeng and Waylon were finalizing their contract, the various players and powers of God's domain engaged in a heated discussion over the major system update on the official forums. Everyone wondered what kind of changes the new update would bring. According to historical records, every major system update in God's domain caused a huge upheaval among God's domain's players and powers. Many new geniuses and powerhouses have also emerged following these major system updates. For this reason, the various powers promptly began recruiting members en masse. It was especially so for the Eternal Realm's various powers. They all began to offer extravagant benefits to attract new members. This, in turn, caused their member count to skyrocket. "Guild leader, we are in a bit of trouble this time," Gentle Snow said, furrowing her brows as she read the latest report she received from her subordinates. Not long ago, Demon's Gate issued a bounty on all Zero Wing members operating in the World Arc, and the reward for it was an opportunity to register at Demon's Gate's Resurrection Camp in the core area. However, following the system update, Demon's Gate has added that those who successfully kill Zero Wing's elite members can become normal members of Demon's Gate directly. As for those who manage to kill Zero Wing's main force members, they can even become an internal member of Demon's Gate. How generous of them! Sure Fong couldn't help but be astonished when he read the detailed report Gentle Snow had shared with him. Demon's Gate was an apex power of the human race. For this reason, the conditions for joining it were extremely harsh. It was especially so for those who weren't selected by Demon's Gate to nurture internally from a young age. To put things into perspective, even the paragons of upper-ranking hegemonic powers would have difficulty joining Demon's Gate. Even in Shifeng's previous life, where Demon's Gate had an unending feud with Zero Wing, Demon's Gate had never offered such conditions. Once these conditions go into effect, only our main force members can survive in the world Arkansas. Everyone else won't be able to step outside the resurrection camp, Hidden Soul, who stood beside Gentle Snow, said with a frown. The appearance of the major system update presented the various powers with an opportunity to achieve rapid growth. However, Demon's Gate's actions would make it infinitely more difficult for Zero Wing to recruit members. "Since Demon's Gate wants to play, we'll play with them," Shifeng said, smiling as he looked at the grim expressions on Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul. "If Demon's Gate wants to use Zero Wing as a litmus test, two can play that game. Once you go online, immediately spread the news that Zero Wing is recruiting. The conditions for recruiting will also be simple. Anyone who manages to kill an elite member of Demon's Gate can become a normal member of Zero Wing, while those who manage to kill Demon's Gate's core members can become an internal member of Zero Wing." This, Gentle Snow did not know what to say in response to Shifeng's words. Demon's Gate was an apex power and a titanic existence in the greater God's domain. The guild was so wealthy that even pseudo-apex powers could only stare in awe and envy. As for the benefits Demon's Gate offered to its members, they were so tempting that countless paragons wished to join the guild. In contrast, Zero Wing had only recently made a name for itself in the world Arkansas. Even if it would eventually become known that Zero Wing owned a guild city in the core area, Gentle Snow doubted it would be enough to tempt many people into killing Demon's Gate's members. Not to mention, killing an elite member of Demon's Gate would only allow one to become a normal member of Zero Wing, while killing a core member of Demon's Gate would only allow one to become an internal member of Zero Wing. Aside from fools, nobody would take such a deal. Don't worry. When the time comes, the number of players trying to join Zero Wing won't be any less than those trying to join Demon's Gate, Shifeng said, chuckling. All you need to do is spread the news once you go online. Under normal circumstances, Shifeng wouldn't have dared to play such a game with Demon's Gate. Not even in his previous life would he dare to do such a thing. After all, he'd simply be humiliating himself. However, it was a different story now that the major system update had occurred. If it was before the update, the potential benefits players could reap from Shattering Town and the ability to travel to Luminous Sky City could only be considered subpar. But after the update, there would be very few players in the greater God's domain who could resist these benefits. The introduction of soul synchronization not only subjected players to real-world mental consequences from injuries sustained in God's domain, but it also substantially increased their daily expenses. A prime example of this increased expenditure would be the fees players paid to use the battle arena. Following the major system update, players would need extensive combat practice to acclimate their fighting styles to the soul synchronization feature. However, it would be incredibly dangerous if they tried to achieve this through engaging in fights with monsters out in the fields. After all, if they sustained injuries, they would need to either consume mental recovery potions or remain offline for a long period to let their damaged mental states recover fully. Hence, battle arenas, which provided players with a space where they could spar without having to worry about injuries, became the ideal place for players to adapt to soul synchronization. In the case of the Eternal Realm, the battle arenas in neutral cities would become their best option. So long as they spent some money, they could spar with even experts from the Holy Race. And in a situation where everyone was restarting from the same starting line, this would be an opportunity that few players could resist. Subsequently, time passed rapidly, and God's domain finished updating in the blink of an eye. At the same time, countless players eagerly logged into God's domain. Southern region, Luminous Sky City. As soon as Sherphone came back online, a system notification rang in his ears. System, congratulations. You have successfully won the bid for the 3-star shop and become the first player in Luminous Sky City to own an upscale shop, rewarding 1 Luminous Sky treasure chest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3688. Chapter 762, Beyond Tier 6. Chapter 3688. Chapter 762. Beyond Tier 6. Chapter 762. Beyond Tier 6, a luminous sky treasure chest? Am I dreaming? Sherphone couldn't help but doubt his eyes as he read the reward stated in the system notification. There were many kinds of treasure chests in God's domain. Of those Sherphone knew, the rarest and most valuable ones would have to be the treasure chests given out by neutral cities situated between the human races and the holy races' greater God's domains. Out in the fields, the best treasure chest players could acquire were legendary treasure chests. They had a minuscule chance of containing a fragmented divine artifact, and all players dreamed of obtaining it. However, when speaking of which was rarer and more precious, the treasure chests given out by the neutral cities situated between the 2 greater gods' domains were superior. Of course, that wasn't to say that these neutral city treasure chests were of a higher quality. Instead, it was because they contained products of the mythical era. The mythical era was the most prosperous era of the gods. Many, many powerful legacies existed at the time, far more than in the current declining era. It was especially so for legacies pertaining to the path beyond Tier 6. In the current declining era, the highest achievable tier in God's domain was Tier 6. Even gods could not surpass this limit. This was also the consensus of all players in God's domain. However, as long as players explored the 12 sanctuaries, they would come to understand one very important fact. Tier 6 was not the end. A perfect example would be primordial gods. Based on the various apex powers' collected information and analysis, there was no doubt that primordial gods had transcended the limits of Tier 6. This was also why primordial gods were vastly stronger than ancient gods. Since the upper limit of NPCs did not stop at Tier 6, it went without saying that Tier 6 was not the limit for players, either. It was just that the way to get promoted beyond Tier 6 had been lost. Presently, after conducting many years of research and investigation in the 12 sanctuaries, the greater God's domain's various powers have already found some clues pertaining to the path beyond Tier 6. Meanwhile, all of these clues led to one point: the mythical era. There existed more than one god and human who had surpassed primordial gods during the mythical era. Key among them would be the God Slayer, an existence who wasn't even a god, yet could slay primordial gods. This was also the result the various apex powers had reached after conducting a joint investigation. During the mythical era, individuals could go beyond Tier 6. Moreover, there existed more than one way to do so. More specifically, each of the 12 sanctuaries had their own way of going beyond Tier 6. This was also why the greater god's domain's various powers were desperate to explore the 12 sanctuaries, with some even willing to wage an existential war against those standing in their way. Meanwhile, outside the 12 sanctuaries, the Eternal Realm was one of the few places in the greater god's domain containing fragments of the mythical era. Furthermore, the fragments here were even more complete than those found in the 12 sanctuaries. Hence, both human powers and holy race powers fought fiercely for control over the Eternal Realm. To acquire more information on the mythical era, the holy race even tried to take over the 12 sanctuaries of the human race's greater god's domain in Shurfeng's previous life. Fortunately, after a desperate struggle, the various human powers managed to stop the invasion by several of the holy race's royal powers and chase them out of the 12 sanctuaries. Otherwise, the human race would have had an even lower likelihood of going beyond Tier 6. Meanwhile, the luminous sky treasure chest was one of the few treasure chests that had been passed down from the mythical era, and it contained creations made during that era. In Shurfeng's previous life, the reason the various powers of both races tried to conquer the Eternal Realm's various cities wasn't just to monopolize the wealth generated by these cities. Besides that, a more important reason was to acquire mythical-era treasure chests, like the Luminous Sky treasure chest. Upon seeing the Luminous Sky treasure chest appearing in his bag, Shurfeng quickly suppressed his impulse to open it right here and now. Instead, he quietly made his way to his recently acquired upscale shop and activated its defensive barriers, which were made up of densely woven divine patterns. Only after ensuring he had isolated himself from the outside world did he carefully take out the treasure chest he had received from the system. To think I would acquire a luminous sky treasure chest from simply purchasing an upscale shop. Those 770,000 eternal Goen coins were money well spent. Shurfeng fell into a daze as he looked at the crystalline treasure chest before him. Divine runes circled the entire treasure chest, and its presence made him feel as if he were standing before an ancient god. Originally, he thought the biggest benefit he had gained from his 770,000 eternal gold purchase was the upscale shop's 3-star status. However, he now realized that wasn't the case at all. Instead, his biggest gain was the luminous sky treasure chest before him. Moreover, it was a luminous sky treasure chest that he hadn't known existed in his previous life. In his previous life, he only knew of 5 luminous sky treasure chests. Among them, the Holy Race acquired 2 from Luminous Sky City's treasury when they captured the city, while the rest were acquired by other players through other means. As for how he knew this, it was because of the Luminous Sky treasure chest's presence. Unlike ordinary treasure chests, Luminous Sky treasure chests would exude a divine might rivaling ancient gods, even when unopened. In the presence of an ancient god's divine might, the average Tier 6 expert would find themselves crumbling to the ground. Hence, whenever a luminous sky treasure chest appeared, everyone within the vicinity would immediately notice it. Fortunately, because he had received his luminous sky treasure chest as a system reward, the treasure chest was deposited directly into his bag space. It was also fortunate that it was deposited into his fragmented legendary spatial bag, which prevented the treasure chest's divine might from leaking. After calming his excitement, Shurfeng carefully opened the luminous sky treasure chest. Boom! Immediately, a black pillar of light rose from the treasure chest and smashed against the shop's barriers. Each of the shop's divine pattern barriers could normally block dozens of attacks from Tier 6 players. However, the pillar of light shattered 2 of these barriers and cracked a third one before dissipating. Its destructive power was comparable to an all-out attack from a Tier 6 god. Meanwhile, once the light dissipated, the treasure chest's contents appeared in Shifeng's vision. There was only a small book in the treasure chest. At first glance, the booklet looked inconspicuous. However, when Shifeng saw the several divine runes imprinted on its cover, his heart began to palpitate, and his breathing turned ragged. No wonder the powers that obtained the 5 luminous sky treasure chests back then kept a tight lid over what they obtained. An indescribable sense of joy and enthusiasm filled Shifeng's eyes as he looked at the booklet before him. A mythical era creation. The booklet before him was the design for a creation from the mythical era. TL Notes 1770000 Eternal Gold. This is after factoring in the 40% interest rate on the 500,000 Eternal Gold loan. Actual money spent on purchasing the upscale shop equals 570,000 Eternal Gold. 40% interest on the loan equals 200,000 Eternal Gold. Total Shifeng spent to acquire the upscale shop equals 770,000 Eternal Gold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3689, Chapter 763, Mythical Era Creation, Chapter 3689, Chapter 763, Mythical Era Creation, Chapter 763, Mythical Era Creation. TL Notes made some changes to Chapter 750. 3 changed royal powers to royal power. Apparently, there is only one royal power operating in the southern region. Thank goodness I opened it inside the shop. Otherwise, there'd no longer be a place for me in any greater god's domain if others learned of this design. While looking at the booklet in the luminous sky treasure chest, Shifeng couldn't help but celebrate inwardly. The design recorded in the booklet was for a creation that couldn't be found even in the greater god's domain's grand library. It was also an advanced, epic construction that he had only seen once in his previous life. The Tower of the Abyss. It was an advanced, epic construction that had caused a frenzy among all players in God's domain. It was also the only advanced, epic construction he knew about in his previous life. In God's domain, the constructions players could build were categorized into basic constructions, advanced constructions, peak constructions, and extraordinary constructions. However, in his previous life, one of the holy cities constructed by the holy race housed an advanced epic construction. Meanwhile, the name of the advanced epic construction was none other than the Tower of the Abyss. The Tower of the Abyss had only one function: to provide players with a place of constant combat. In addition, similar to the World Tower, the Tower of the Abyss was separated into multiple floors that offered players challenges of varying difficulties. However, unlike the World Tower, which only had 6 floors, the Tower of the Abyss had 7. In addition, unlike the World Tower, which provided trials that directly tested a player's combat standards, the Tower of the Abyss provided players with an opponent to fight against. Moreover, this opponent could be any player who appeared across God's domain's history. In Shifeng's previous life, the Holy Race had relied on the Tower of the Abyss to spar against countless players and continuously produce monstrously strong players batch after batch. In turn, human players had an increasingly difficult time resisting the Holy Race. If not for several peerless individuals emerging among the human race, it would have only been a matter of time before the human race was deprived of living space in the eternal realm. What an incredible creation! It can actually record players of all races across God's domain. Had the human race gained such existence back then, we wouldn't have been restricted to just operating on the eternal continent. While reading the Tower of the Abyss's general introduction, Shifeng couldn't help but be amazed. The highest known combat standard any human player had achieved in his previous life was only the 6th floor. However, that wasn't to say that the 6th floor standard was the highest achievable combat standard for human players. Instead, it was simply because players no longer had a path they could reference for further improvement upon reaching the 6th floor standard. In fact, human players didn't even have any references when they initially attempted to reach the 5th floor standard. They had relied entirely on trial and error to achieve it, and they only managed to know they had achieved the 5th floor standard thanks to the World Tower. As for the World Tower, it did not provide players with any guidance whatsoever. It merely let players know whether they had reached a certain standard. Hence, human players could learn that they had reached the 5th and 6th floor standards after their numerous trials and errors. But even the World Tower's tests would end when players reached the 6th floor standard. This was because all that existed on the World Tower's 6th floor was empty space. Players would not be given any trials to determine whether they had transcended the 6th floor standard or taken the wrong path in their journey of self-improvement. However, the Tower of the Abyss was different. Whether it was on the 6th or 7th floors, players could encounter distinct opponents to challenge themselves against. Moreover, players wouldn't be limited to just one opponent or a small pool of opponents, but all of God's domain's players. Meanwhile, the difference between having and not having an opponent to train with was night and day. The difference would become even more stark when the opponent came in a large variety. An example of this would be Shi Feng's home, God's domain. Before his home God's domain connected with the greater God's domain, the average combat standard of the players there was pitiful when compared to the greater God's domain's players. However, once his home God's domain gained access to the greater God's domain, many powerful experts would emerge. Some would even make it to the apex of the greater God's domain. While Shi Feng was thinking about how he should make use of the Tower of the Abyss, he nearly fainted when he saw the materials needed to construct the advanced epic construction. The main materials needed are 50 tons of divine void sand and 100 ingots of space-time gold? Is this a joke? Shi Feng felt dizzy as he repeatedly inspected the materials listed in the booklet. Divine void sand was a very familiar material to the executives of the greater God's domain's major powers. In fact, acquiring divine void sand was even easier than procuring most legendary materials. This was because divine void sand could be readily found at the void sea's boundary. However, divine void sand was normally measured in units of grams. Moreover, as far as Shi Feng was aware, the total amount of divine void sand that the various powers had extracted from the void sea's boundary didn't even reach 1,000 grams. Yet, the construction of the Tower of the Abyss required 50 tons. As for space-time gold, it was a rare divine artifact-ranked material, even in the mythical era. In the modern era, he doubted he could come up with 100 ingots of space-time gold, even if he were to loot the entire greater God's domain. That's not right. If these are the materials needed, how did the holy race construct the Tower of the Abyss back then? Shi Feng was utterly perplexed as he looked at the main materials needed to construct the Tower of the Abyss. Shi Feng was certain that, as formidable as the holy race was, even they should not think of acquiring 100 ingots of space-time gold from their greater God's domain. After all, divine artifact-rank materials were imbued with world laws. While not necessarily unique, it should be impossible for more than 20 ingots of space-time gold to exist in a greater God's domain, let alone 100. As for the 50 tons of divine void sand, while not impossible to acquire, procuring them would be a monumental undertaking that would necessitate many years of constant effort. However, Shi Feng distinctly recalled that the holy race had completed the construction of the Tower of the Abyss within a few years after the Eternal Realm's appearance. With such limited time at their disposal, not even if they plundered the human race's greater God's domain could they have procured 50 tons of divine void sand. Could it be? Did they construct it using alternative materials? With his experience as a forger, Shi Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. Divine void sand and space-time gold were not without alternatives. Based on the research of many forgers, divine void sand's primary effect was to gather the power of the void, whereas space-time ingot provided the power of space and time. If it was only a matter of gathering the power of the void and supplying the power of space and time, golden void sand and space-time bloodstones could achieve similar results. Golden void sand, though not a common material, was an inferior legendary material produced by the Void Sea. As for the space-time bloodstone, while it was inferior divine artifact rank material, any tier 6 monster related to space and time had a chance of dropping it. Consequently, many powers even sold it on the open market for the price of one legendary equipment. Although it was always rumored that the Tower of the Abyss had a 7th floor, no human player could actually verify it. This was because the strongest Holy Race player ever seen by human players was only at the 6th floor standard. Nobody had ever seen a 7th floor expert among the Holy Race. Meanwhile, although golden void sand and space-time bloodstones were inferior to divine void sand and space-time gold, they should be enough to meet the requirements to construct a lesser version of the Tower of the Abyss. The more Shi Feng pondered over the many details of his previous life, the more he became convinced that the Holy Race had resorted to alternative materials to construct their Tower of the Abyss. Otherwise, if the Holy Race had indeed used 100 ingots of space-time gold, the mere thought sent shivers down his spine. With the 7 Luminaries Alliance's capabilities, it should be able to quickly gather the golden void sand and space-time bloodstones I need. The guild also has over a dozen Grandmaster Architects, so I can probably try constructing it in Shattering Town. When Shi Feng saw that constructing the Tower of the Abyss didn't require a lot of technical skills, he decided to contact Verdant Rainbow to source the needed materials for its construction. The Tower of the Abyss was akin to a lighthouse that provided a guiding light. It should be known that the current Zero Wing didn't even have a clear-cut method for achieving the 5th floor standard, let alone the 6th floor standard. If Zero Wing could successfully construct the Tower of the Abyss, the guild could achieve a leap in standards in no time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.